Moon boy, get in there.
En mis playoffs, ich glaube, es wäre WILE was
Wow.
2 games in the next series.
You can't let yourself
Spot
worry.
on the goal.
No,
Spot on the goal.
it's not there yet. They don't have it yet. They haven't done it on the set.
55 on the NASDAQ.
Wait for 4
What dog? The dog's sleeping. Oh, so much. Oh, here we go. It's so much better with the lights off. That's not Joe. That's someone else. I love it. It went out by itself. If you don't move a certain way, if you move a certain way, they'll go right back on. It was a pretty good session, I thought, tonight. I mean, I thought the NASDAQ was pretty damn good here. NASDAQ in gold. Boom! Look to cover anywhere between the 40 and 50 if you're short. Boom! There you go. Where's the bear? There you go. These 5-minute time frames should start. No, like 50 is a bear. Genius. All right. So we got the non-farm payrolls tomorrow. That should be interesting. Boom. Well, you can turn them on. I know. You see. No, I actually. Yeah. I just went boom. Like, I turned the switch off. Hey, Daddy,
I'm telling you, it's the air conditioner.
How many trades do I take daily? Oh my god. I don't know. 50 to 150, 200. Like, how many might I do with just Lawrence and today? Lawrence alone probably was about.
It's not that.
55,
It's what
60. But what's Lulu doing? I think he. Yeah, 15. Yeah, they missed. I can't believe Lulu. I'm telling you, I can't believe Lulu. It was $380 a share. Look at this bear flag on the 5-minute. They're going to get killed here. And here's the other thing that's going to happen here. Look at the 15s are starting to work off that oversold condition. I think they may get one more caboose in here. Okay. Every morning from 8:30. All right, we're gonna do the raffle. Jennifer, you ready? Jennifer, is she here? Jennifer? They didn't even know it was 950. They're gonna get killed here. Nasdaq should start rolling over here. Nasdaq should start rolling over here. All right, we're going to go. Are you ready, Jennifer? All right, good luck, everybody. Okay, let's go. This Nasdaq's gonna drop. Number 5, my lucky number. Joe DiMaggio, Johnny Bench. Can't see who this is. Neo Lackey, 7260. Neo Lackey. Am I saying it right? Am I saying it right? Is he here? I think so. Neo Lackey. That's what. How many do we even have tonight? Denny, did he text me here? Wow, 522. Thank you, Denny. Number 17. Number 17. CO4 Trading. CO4 Trading. SEO4 Trading. CO4 Trading. CO4 Trading. SEO4 Trading. I don't know if he's here or not. SEO Trading. Not here.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Power means nothing if I abandon.
Hey, congratulations.
Minions have spawned.
All right, number 100.
Order filled.
47. Number 147, please, sir. Helpful G. Helpful G. Helpful G. Helpful G. Again, if anybody would like a 5-day free trial to my live stream, you could please text me your full name and email to 914-500-7484. Number 233. Number 233, please, sir. That is Anna Trading. Congratulations, Anna Trading, 1977. Anna Trading. Anna Trading.
Fire isn't
Anna
always
Trading.
the solution, but it is an effective.
Are you here, Anna Trading?
A summoner
Hey,
has
great.
disconnected.
Number 200.
Order filled.
Number 293. 293, please, Denny.
You wear your courage.
That is reading the numbers. Reading the numbers. Reading the numbers. Are you here? Reading the numbers. You could take a scalp short on the NASDAQ 65 to 90. Reading the numbers. Hey, well, we got a number 345. 345. Number 345 is get out of here. Oh my God, congratulations. Levi Libling, 9920.
Not retreating.
He's here.
Reigniting.
Oh my God, congratulations. Well, I got Jennifer one night here. I got Moonboy sitting there. This is crazy. Okay. What was that, 240? All right, number 417. Number 417, Denny,
for those
please.
worth protecting.
Wow. That's crazy. Go play the lottery here while you're here in the States. Xi Trades, XIA Trades, Xi Trades. Xi Trades, XIA
One
Trades.
breath, and this world's dead.
Xi Trades, here. Xi Trades, are you here? Nope, no Xi Trades, and we gotta go up one. He's not here. XIA Trades, here.
Loyalty to a cause is not strength.
We're going to go up one, 67-William. 67-William. Number 67-William.
Master it.
Let's see if these fives can drop.
A welcome break from prying eyes.
An ally has been slain.
Hey, congratulations. I swear to God, it's happened a couple of times. Number
Patience,
510.
Patience.
510. 510. 510 is the Gary BB. The Gary BB. The Gary BB. NASDAQ just ran 106 points. The Gary BB, he's here.
Mine is not an animal's
Congratulations.
wild
Okay.
rage. It is
All right, number, how many is that, Jennifer? 8. Number 99. Number 99, please. Number 99.
An ally has been slain.
Troy, TROYD, 384.
My claws grow dull.
Troy,
Fight.
384.
An ally has been slain.
To look to cover this NASDAQ between 65 and 80. Hey, congratulations. All right. Last but not least, number 150. 150. Who's that? That would be Session 0325 SSYEON.
Duty. Now.
0325. Session
Your
0325.
turret has been destroyed.
Good job. Is that the night stream tonight? Good job, Arton. Session 0325. Session.
These horns should not hide
All right,
beneath
there
an
you go,
ordinary
Baba.
helmet.
I don't think so. Our time. God bless you, brother. NASDAQ should get one more push down here.
Instinct begs
Session,
me
we got
to
a couple
strike.
He's not here. All right, next we're going to go up one to 151. Then the Epicus. Epicus. Up, just showed up. Up. Give it. Okay, what about the 151 I just called? Oh, but I don't know if that's fair.
My armor is not so easy.
This here on fire. All right. Okay. All right, Session, congratulations. Again, it was a fun week, a great week. Thank you, Denny. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Nat. Thank you. Thank you for all of you. Okay, Moises. Okay, you guys can't put your numbers in. I'm not gonna look at them. I'm sorry, I'm not doing that. Okay. All right. Have a great night, everybody. I think this NASDAQ's gonna get some caboose when the 15 time frames turn down here. Okay.
Anger is not to be quenched, but
Again, if anybody would like to contact me for a
Unleashed
free trial,
when
you
the
can
time
text
is
me your
right.
full name and email to my cell phone, 914-500-7484. I think these 15-minute time frames are going to get some caboose here. I'm telling you. All right, everybody, look at these 15s here. I think all right. Let's see
I
here.
fear nothing.
All right, everybody, have a great
Except
night. God
perhaps
bless you. Okay,
idle
God bless our
conversation.
troops. I'll be here tomorrow during my great weekend. I'll be back here Monday through Thursday this week. God bless you again. Have a great night. Be well, everybody. Thank you, Jenny. Have a great night, everybody.
Stronger wind.
Ally has been slain. executed.
What number were you?
Your turret has been destroyed.
There is more to me than fangs and scales.
You gotta be an idiot to call it.
The problem is when we're down. Okay, eventually things themselves. Not about to go. Something laughing. You that
No longer do I hunt alone.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Even the powerful know when to
Shut down.
No can fight
source. No.
Power means nothing if I abandon the powerless.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Myself worthy of
Enemies double kill. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
fire and the line run through my veins.
Enemy killing spree.
Fire isn't always the solution, but it is.
Slain. Enemy rampage. Minions have spawned. Ready. I am the wind. Balance in all things. Time to strike. Steady.
First
Let's do it. For Ionia. I am. Balance in all things. Ready. Their final moment approach.
an ally has been slain.
Unfiltered soccer. This is 5 Volkswagen.
Steady.
Did you miss it?
Let's do it.
and fire department.
An ally has been slain.
The presentation of the National Anthem is beautiful by what are foreign place.
Order filled. Order filled.
Balance in all things. Ready. I am the wind.
Enemy killing spree.
Steady.
Enemy rampage. An enemy is unstoppable. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Let's do it. Ready.
Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Wind.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Let's do it.
An enemy is godlike.
Balance in all
Enemy
things.
killing spree. Has destroyed a turret.
I am the wind.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy is legendary. Steady. Enemy rampage. Enemy double kill.
Let's do it.
An enemy is unstoppable.
Balance in all things. Steady.
An enemy is dominating.
Final moments approach.
Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed.
I am the wind. Yes, yes, yes.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Enemy is strong.
Ready.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Balance in all things. For Ionia. Let's do it.
An enemy is legendary. destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
Their automatic approach. Steady.
An enemy is legendary.
Ready.
An enemy has been slain.
Silent death.
An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Let's do it.
An enemy is legendary. An ally has been slain.
I am
Turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Not so close.
Down.
Guilty as charged.
Shut down. Triple kill. Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed.
Probably that is the night. That's pretty different. It's everything. Thank you, yeah.
steady. Ready.
An ally has been slain. An enemy is legendary.
Yes, yes, yes.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Such a waste.
I am the wind.
destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Triple kill.
Steady.
An ally has been slain. Quadra kill. Shut down.
Yes, yes, yes. Ready.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Steady.
Ally has been slain. Killing spree. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I own it.
Shut down.
Fight for more. That one's in more things.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Enemy killing spree. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Has been magnificent. Deep hits. Definitely not a good fight.
Been destroyed.
Deep down in for one. Deep down the bronze.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Executed. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed.
Let's do it.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree. Enemy double kill. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Like that. You know, the defensive player of the year can have a defensive guard in front of him. It's still around the he's stuck.
Your inhibitor has respawned.
You gotta
An
put
ally has been slain.
The earth reflects your torment.
Your inhibitor has respawned. An enemy is unstoppable. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
I am the wind.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
I am the wind. Let's do it.
The enemy's inhibitor has
great, exciting. The draft is more down, but now available.
They don't see anything. Yes, yes, yes.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Balance in all things.
Minions have spawned.
Steady. Find some more. Ready.
First blood.
Here. Let's do it.
An enemy has been slain.
I am no man.
No, it's like first trying to go fast.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Ready.
An ally has been slain.
Let's do it. From the shadows.
Killing spree. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Instant cinema, Bivens.
Suspicious. Ready.
Enemy rampage. Shut down.
Let's do it. I am the wind.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Steady. Yes, yes, yes.
An enemy has been slain.
Their final moments approach.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Ready.
Double kill.
Gotta run. Those hubcaps sure are from the shadows.
Enemy killing spree.
Balancing all things.
Ally has been slain.
I am the winner.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Steady.
Enemy rampage. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Do it.
Executed. An ally has been slain.
I am the wind.
An enemy is unstoppable.
Balance in all things. Steady.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy is dominating.
Let's do it.
Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed.
I am the wind.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Balance in all things.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Steady.
Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I love camping. Let's do it. Ready.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy killing spree. team has destroyed a turret.
Balance in all things.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Yes, yes, yes!
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Let's do it! From the shadows.
Your turret has been destroyed.
They're finding more approach.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill. Shut down.
Balance in all things. Yes, yes, yes!
Has destroyed a turret. Has slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I am the winner!
Shut down. Shut down.
Let's do it! Balance in all things.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Let's do it.
An ally has been slain.
I am the wind.
An ally has been slain.
Thanks.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy killing spree. An enemy has been slain. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy double kill. Victory!
Yeah, well, you something put the phone. I want to see the phone don't spread. Yeah, oh, they got these PG-13 movies, bro. I'm not gonna tell, boy. It's not like working a tell.
On sale now. Doors open at 5:30. We're going to put up more about that.
Like, oh, nigga, we right. That baby ass, just for that baby ass ain't time. Look, baby, it's a baby time. Baby hang time, man. You see, baby hang time, man. What, yeah. Look here, baby time. What the baby is? Oh, yeah, baby hang time, wait, mom. Look, motherfucker. What the fuck is my ass? You that have fucking fire your baby time, put it on, baby. Come on, baby time, nigga. Come on, fight that little baby. I was lying to stand back me, but you said they coming back to you the money. Yeah, the money back, bro. I'm this fucking evil, bro. Nigga mustache, crooked as shit, bro. Scamming ass. You fucking scamming ass nigga. Fucking bitch ass nigga. You bitch ass nigga. Huh? Scamming ass. You burning cancer, please. Almost not that here, without my ankle. I'm gonna wake up. My room and see anything. I read more movies. Boy, them little starting video, I remember when Red Bull first came out, bro. I remember the little starting Harvard had like a can of them, a fucking pack of them, dude. You got that Red Bull about 5 minutes deep Red Bull. You get me shit one time, one shit, bro. 30 shit, everybody sit down, watch it. God. Shit, what? Figure out to be able to get a little more research. What's the knowledge? Put the Red Bull give you read for real. I don't know. We can put them down in that Red Bull, boy. Really deep Red Bull, so that shit, man, you know, like, still like the race. So it's like, you know, this is like that, right? I'm not going to I'm still not fucking yeah, me.
So shall I.
Yes, I need something here. I'm over here, motherfucking yeah, me. What's the first for them? Oh, wait, what I'm doing? Oh, wait,
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I'm doing John fucking Wick off the first maneuver, brother.
Minions have spawned.
Oh, my name is
A summoner has reconnected.
Purge the dark within and rise in glory.
that, boy. That's why your legs hurt. That's why your legs hurt till you throw it up game time. Uh-oh, young boy, little hang time.
I am the consequence of your act.
I'm gonna do my thing. Nigga, do about big bang, big bang. I'm screaming, man. See me like that, man.
EconomicVentures.com, P60 CEO.
I'm leaving me already.
Going here,
Big
I'm
bang.
gonna show you how to get that $1, 2, 3, 4, $500,000, even $1 million from the bank. And then after that, there's levels to this thing. So second level, third level, we're
Big
going
bang.
to teach you how to go get that micro and macro. What's your macro? $1 billion. Let's go.
Man, I'm leaving me already. Big bang. I'm leaving me already. This is one of them guys I need. Remember what I need. Long pretty long way by talking.
Your money all the time.
Okay, damn, big bang.
By giving everybody your money. Elon Musk, I invested in you. Well, Elon Musk is managing your money. You want to learn how to be the money manager.
Now it can't be that. Hey, man.
Stand and be judged. Save your excuses. Blaze, my sanction. The just rise above this mortal soul. I fly for the glory that shines above you. Fear me. Heal by fire. Flame purified. Would that my path be
Hey everybody, my name is Luisa Gonzalez. I am a realtor and investor of multi-million-dollar properties. Thank you so much for attending this training. Today, you will learn one of the fastest ways, if not the easiest way, to quickly and easily get funded from 100K to $1 million and use this money to invest and scale your business. Buy whatever you like. A car, a house, enjoy a lifestyle of comfort, fun, and financial freedom. And do that without having to work your butt off for years without achieving the results that you want. So let me introduce you to someone who I consider to be my mentor, my teacher, and my friend. His name is Derek Whitehead. He is the CEO of Alpha Incorporated. And over the course of his 30-year career, he has raised over $20 billion. Yes, that's with a B, for himself and for thousands of his clients, and have grown multiple businesses to 7 and 8 figures purely using something called Scratch Pub Co. A Scratch Pub Co. is a high finance term used to describe taking a company from zero to a multi-million and even billion-dollar publicly traded company. He has created multiple wildly successful businesses over the course of his career, including a chain of restaurants in San Diego, California, and a luxury car dealership. So he's about to teach you, as he has taught others, how to go from zero to financial freedom. So without further ado, here's Derek Whitehead. Learn and enjoy.
Has been slain.
Order filled. An enemy has been healed by fire. Executed. Order filled. Excuses do not concern me. Only actions. Flame purifies. By divine edict. The celestial realm awaits. I am born from the flame of their sins. Light and glory. Yes!
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret.
And all lives crumble to dust. Heal by God.
Has been slain.
My sword is named Virtue, and it burns eternal. Burn all deceivers. Flame purified. Kneel before the light. Heal by fire.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Their seeds shall be weighed on
EconomicMastery.com 360 CEOs. Economic 3. What is this? Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Anybody hear me? EconomicMastery.com 360 CEOs.
I shall purge
Let's
this
see
world of
if we
evil,
can get
and the
into.
fires of justice shall vanquish the darkness.
Let's see. All right. There you go. Let's go over here. Can anybody hear me? Rachel, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me? Let's see. Let's try Zoom. EconomicMastery.com. Yeah, some technical issues here. Let's see. Let's see.
Recording in progress.
I'm building a fund 506C Reg D, and I'm looking to use that real estate knowledge that I had, construction knowledge, and now not come from the worker side, now come from the owner side, and put things together that way. Where before I was just slaving away and really, backbreaking work, and now I'm gonna.
The celestial realm awaits.
Mr. Derek, I can hear you.
Shut down.
Okay, can you hear me on Facebook, Instagram, and whatnot? Okay, excellent. Excellent.
Wings of immortal.
All right, let's go over here. And Zoom.
Mr. Derek, we can hear you on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube.
Excellent. All right, so let's go to the slides. Thank you everybody for being here. EconomicMastery.com. Derek Whitehead here. And we're going to teach and teach and teach today. I I got some things written down. Let's see what we can teach today. So the first thing I want you to do is I want you to get a pencil and a paper. I want you to get a pencil and a paper so that you can write things down and make sure you have a child. If you have a child, I want you to go in and have them sit down next to you. If you have a child, I want you to go in and have them sit down next to you so they can learn something, all right? Because you'd be surprised of what children pick up on if you sit them down and teach them. All right, so grab a pencil and a piece of paper. Okay, and let's see over here. What do we have in here? What do we have in here? We have, let's see, who's in here? Let's see. Lewis Penn. Okay, somebody said government contracts. Let's see who said government contracts. Let's see.
My devotion
Who is that? Let me see. Where are we at? Let's see. Somebody said government contracts. Who said that? Let's see. Chat. And government contracts. Who is that? Government contracts. Maxwell. How you doing? Okay. Antoine Hansen. Nice to see you. Donald joined. Donald. Okay. Nice.
Justice is swift.
Nice.
When born on the edge of the
Okay. Before we begin, I want to let everybody know that we will be with, let's see if I can share my screen. Here we go.
Wings, enemies,
Here. And I don't know if everybody can see my screen, but I want everybody to know that we will be special guest Derek Whitehead. We will be with Jay Leno and Tyrese Gibson. We'll be with Jay Leno and Tyrese Gibson on June 27th for all white party VIP. Tickets on sale now. Doors open at 5:30. We're going to put up more about that in a minute. So we're going to be, again, we're going to have Jay Leno. Everybody knows Jay Leno, I hope. And Tyrese Gibson, the singer and actor, right? And special guest, Derek Whitehead. Okay, so we're going to be June 27th. So you guys look out for that and see if you can make it. We're going to put more information up about that all-white party in Madison, Wisconsin. Madison, Wisconsin. So it's going to be off the chain, as they say. All right. All right. Let's see. Let's see who we have in here. Let's see who we have in here. I want you guys to go in and sit your children down so they can learn something. Okay? Sit your children down so they can learn something. Okay. Let's see. What do you guys think about that? Right? Jay Leno and Tyrese Gibson. We're going to have a good time with these guys. Okay, where is the Zoom?
has been slain.
Let's see if we can find the Zoom. Okay, so what you're going to do, you're going to learn today is you're going to learn the secrets. Let me see who else is in here. Who else is in here?
Only the guilty need fear me.
Let's see who else is in here. In here.
I salute the fallen.
There you go. Love you too. I love you too. Government contracts. Keep it coming. You got it. You got it. So I want you guys to show up and show out. Again, we're going to have some special guests. We're going to have Jay Leno, and we're going to have Tyrese Gibson, and of course, Derek Whitehead as a special guest. All right, so you guys come out to Wisconsin. We're going to put some more up pretty soon. We're going to have a special guest that's going to come on later on tonight to introduce himself, who's putting on that show. Don't want you guys to miss it. It's going to be powerful. It's going to be powerful. So if you want to hobnob with those million and billionaires and those famous actors come on out. And of course, you got yours truly going to be a special guest there. All right, so what you're going to learn today is the secrets of how to get to how to get $1, $2, $3, $4, $500,000, even $1 million from the bank to enjoy and invest in your life. Next slide. All right, so a lot of people say, who are you? Who are you? We're not going to talk a whole lot about who I am and all this and that. We're going to go right into it. You didn't come here to hear about me. You came here to hear about you and how you can get that money, right? All right, so for those that just have to know who I am, all right, so we're going to go through this quick. All right. I'm Derek Whitehead, CEO of Alpha Incorporated, 30 years in business. Business high-end banking. Managed over $20.2 billion under management. That's with a B. That's with a B. And so that's market traded notes. And those are mortgage notes. So if you want to know about everything's a note, a yacht note, a car note, a home note, and you have mortgage notes. You have jet notes. Okay. Thank you. You saw me earlier. I was on, you saw me earlier. I think I was on Ron. I was up there with Ron. Okay. That's my man. I was up there with Ron. Okay, Derek Whitehead, CEO of Alpha Incorporated, 30 long years. I've been around forever. Yo, how you doing? Right? Yep, you sure was. Thank you so much. Thank you. You guys don't want to miss that. You don't want to miss me out there with Jay Leno of The Tonight Show and famous Jay Leno and Tyrese Gibson. And we're going to show out in Wisconsin. And your guest speaker, Derek Whitehead, me. All right, so don't miss it. We're going to put some more information up about that. I want you guys to come out and hobnob with the hobnobs. All right, so next slide. We managed over $20.2 billion under management. Okay, so I've been trusted. I've been around trusted leaders and high performers from Capitol Hill to championship arenas. We've helped scale brands from businesses to multi-million-dollar businesses. The man behind the multi-million-dollar business success stories is me. You probably never saw me before because I'm the guy that's behind the scenes. You saw me on Ron today. Yes, you did. You saw me on with Ron today. Yes, you did earlier. That's my man. Ron. All right, so next slide.
The mighty fall.
Let's see. Well, disclaimer, this presentation for educational purposes only. We're not brokers, we're not attorneys, we're not financial advisors. We are tax professionals. And we are not brokers, we're not finders. If you need anybody in those areas, we're not Tony Robbins. We're not here to give you advice. We're not brokers, we're not even funders, right? Some people think we're funders. We're not funders. We're also not tax people, right? If you want those things, please seek those people out. We are consultants. And since we believe everybody is a friend, we will continue to give you that information as a friend because we will give it to you freely as a friend because we are consultants and we believe you're a friend. All right. So anybody that's been on here to speak before or is coming on here now or will come on here later, right? It's all from our perspective and for educational purposes. Got it? All right. Let's get to it. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about, for those that have never seen this before, we teach from the bottom all the way to the top. So that's why we call ourselves Economic Masonry 360 CEOs. We're 360 CEOs. A friend in need is a friend indeed. That's right. Who said that? Bojidai. There you go. Okay. I try to bring good energy. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. So what you need to do is, the first thing is we're going to talk about Cred Corporation funding. So what we do is we go in, we teach what they call a scratch pub code. Now that's a word that you're probably never going to hear on the internet. I'm going to say a lot of things that you probably never going to hear or never heard on the internet, right? But I want you to write these things down. I want you to write these things down because later on you're going to say, I don't want you to say, what did he say? Even though we're going to have question and answers, right? And also, I want you guys to remember, let me see if I can put this up again. Share, continue. Let's see if I can put this up again, right? As you can see, there you go. We're going to be in Wisconsin on June 27th. It's going to be Jay Leno and Tyrese Gibson. And yours truly, special appearance from Derek Whitehead. So we're going to have a great time out there. You probably know Jay Leno is very famous from the Tonight Show and his $1 billion car collection. He's made a lot of stars. Made a lot of people stars, and of course, Tyrese Gibson, the crooner, and the guy on the robot movie, all those movies he's done. Baby Boy. You remember Baby Boy? So we're gonna have Jay Leno and Tyrese Gibson on June 27th, and where's it gonna be? Madison, Wisconsin, and special guest Derek Whitehead. So if you guys want to come out and see that and see us, hang out with us, and hobnob with some of the greats, there's going to be a lot of powerful people there, right? And Mr. Derek Whitehead is going to be there also. All right. So we're going to have somebody come on who's the Fast and the Furious. That's right. That's right. So you come on out. Tyrese, Jay Leno, and special guest appearance, Derek Whitehead. So you guys come out. We're going to have a great time. Okay, so let's get back to the learning, to the teaching here, and let's see what we can teach. So what we want to do is we want to go in and we want to get credit corporation funding. So for those of you that have never seen this before, we're going to go in a scratch pubco. That means taking a person from nothing, from scratch, right, all the way up to a publicly traded company. And that's the highest company valuation you can ever get, a publicly traded company, unless you have a fund, like a hedge fund or something like that, right? So we do that. We don't only come in here and teach you how to get that $1, $2, $3, $4, $500,000, but we teach you how to go to whatever level you want to. If you want to go public, we sell you a publicly traded company. Guys probably didn't know we do that. If you want to step it down and you want to go into crowdfunding, let's do that. Millions. If you guys want that hundreds, $1, $2, $3, $4, $500,000, $1 million from the bank, let's start at the bottom. So what we're going to do is we're going to start at the bottom and we're going to take it all the way up. All right? All right. So unlike those on the internet, when they go in and start teaching you about getting $100,000, $200,000, that's not going to get it. That's not going to get it. So let's see if I can bring this back up here. Yeah. Okay. So the first thing you're going to do is we're going to go from a scratch pubco. So we're going to go in and we're going to get that scratch money, right? They call it scratch money, some seed money. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to go in and get your seed money, your foundation capital, and then springboard funding, right? The next thing is the United States is a corporation out of Delaware. So you're only going to follow the United States path. The United States is a corporation. So everybody in that corporation are basically the president, the vice president, and the secretary, just like you would have on your corporation. Right? So you need to own your own straw man and take yourself out of the system. You're not borrowing the money. The corporation is borrowing the money. Like the president of the United States says, I didn't do it. United States did that. Well, that's what you need to be saying. Got it? All right. So we're going to control everything and own nothing. Next slide. Cred Corp Fund. So first thing we have to do is get our credit together. And a lot of people think that's a hard thing to do. Guess what? It's not. It's not a hard thing to do. So let's go in and talk about how we go in and get the money, because the first thing I want you to know, we get money to do business. We don't do business to get money. We get money to do business. We don't do business to get money. Now, I'm about the only person on the internet that teaches that. But the 15% rich people, they know that. They know that. They know they don't go in and work for all this money. Nobody that's wealthy works. So I want you to get work out of your mind. So if you think you're going to come in here and I'm going to teach you how to do more plumbing, right? I'm going to teach you how to do more sales. I'm going to teach you how to get more trucks. I'm not going to teach you any of that, right? What I'm attempting to teach you is how to get money. If you want more trucks, that's after you get the money. If you want more hair shops where you can braid hair, you're not supposed to be braiding hair. You're supposed to be finding money for your company. So what I'm attempting to do here is to change your thinking so that you understand how the rich do it. Got it? So that you understand how the rich people do it. So what I want you to do is open your mind. Just because you've never heard some of the things I'm about to say doesn't mean they don't exist. Because for those of you that saw me on Ron today, that saw me with Ron today, a lot of people don't understand that a lot of things that I teach come out of Congress. So if you disagree with what I say, you can argue with Congress. Don't argue with me. I need you to open your mind and learn what the rich people already know. Got it? So right here is what they call the United States Code. The United States Code. The United States Code, Title 31, annotated money and finance. So you want money, and you're not going to work for it, you're going to finance it. Isn't that right? Because we get money to do business. We don't do business to get money. So we're going to finance the money. Money and finance. It didn't say anything about working and finance. It didn't say finance and working. It said money and finance. You're going to get money and you're going to finance it. Okay, so that's money and finance, subsection 1013358, volume 1 of 2. Right? Then after you get the money, you finance the money. Then you're going to go in, now that you have money, because we get rich first. We don't work to get rich. We get rich first. After you get the money, then you're going to do commerce. You're going to buy stuff with it. And you're going to do trade. You're going to do trade. So it says commerce and trade. So that is United States Code on how to operate and do these things from Congress. So you don't have to go all over internet everywhere. How do I do this? How do I do this? And are they telling me the truth? Or are they telling me right? This is Congress. The United States Congress. All right, so you don't no longer have to run around figuring out, is he telling me the truth? Is he a snake oil salesman? Okay, so many people out there are pushing so many narratives, so many things, until you don't know who to trust. You don't know who to trust because the place is flooded with everybody teaching you the right way, the so-called right way. And you go through one to another one, to another one, to another one, and finally you get a little bit of good information. Then you go to another one, another one, another one, and then you go to find it, and then you pay for that, and you go to another one, and another one, and another one. Finally, after years, you say, I figured this out. Congress.
stop what's coming.
Okay? A lot of things that I say come out of Congress. So don't argue with me, argue with Congress. May we proceed? All right, so we go in, we get money to do business. Money and finance. We finance the money. Guess what? If you were to go in and get
Everyone
$1 million,
I just speed things up.
you could probably borrow or finance $1 million within 6 months. But if you were to start a new business and you sold hot dogs, do you think that you could sell 1 million hot dogs for $1 in a year? If you braided hair, you think your first year you're going to make $1 million? That's very rare. You must be like a superhuman. They're going to put you on television. But you can borrow $1 million in 6 months. So which one do you think is better? You can get rich faster by borrowing, then you're rich, then you do business. You borrow first and get the money. So you work and work and work and work and work. Person says there, he says, I do roofing. Okay, so guess what? You don't work on the roof. You get the money, now you're rich. Because once they give you the $1 million, that $1 million is yours. Isn't that right? It's yours, right? And now you have the obligation to pay it back. Okay, I'm not advocating ripping off the bank ever, because the bank is your friend. So why would you do that? Right? I'm saying to you, stop doing all these extra things when you know you want money.
Fire style.
People don't understand this basic business strategy. They're going out trying to do hair. You're going out trying to drive truck. What do? I drive truck. And I'm saving up to get me another truck. How long you gonna save up before you get another truck? When you could just go to the bank and go get money. Don't be saving up for another truck. Go strategize and go to the bank and get some money. Everything you do is about, in business, is about getting
What is the fire move that software used to
Stop
do when you
including
said
all
fire
these
style?
other things. I'm trying to do marketing. My marketing business is growing. Oh, I'm trying to do hair. Then next, I'm gonna have 3 hair shops in the next 3 years.
That's those juice.
Are you trying to get a hair shop? Are you trying to do people's hair? Or are you trying to get money? I know this is hard. Oh, it's hard to understand because we've been taught.
Man, look at now when that be like the Naruto on the top, bro. I don't see all that shit.
They've been teaching you the 85% the broke way. I'm trying to teach you the 15% of the rich way. They get money to do business. They don't do business to get money. Okay? Now, the other thing I want to say is that we are on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, right? And we have this Zoom. So a lot of times I start saying things that nobody really says on the internet. And all these platforms, they have guidelines. And so when I start saying things that are outside of their guidelines, they shut me down. They shut me down. Oh, you can't come back on for, 4 days or 5 days or a week. And then when things start getting good and you saying, ooh, he talking some good stuff. When I start really teaching how to get it, They shut it down. And now you're saying, oh man, he's gone. He went away. How do I get back on? So I want you, if you're going to find things interesting, because I'm going to go from the bottom to the top. So instead of watching out there on all the sub channels, I want you to go to economicmasonry.com. economicmasonry.com and sign in. Free. And I'm going to have question and answers. So if you doubt that I'm here to try to teach you, I'm going to try to answer your questions after this. I'm the only person who's doing a live webinar just teaching and then answer your questions.
It's about who.
For the last 5 years I've been doing this. So some people call it game. This is not game. I'm not teaching game. I'm teaching business. So before I get to popping, I want you to go to economicmasonry.com, sign into the free webinar. And if I get shut down, you're not going to get disrupted. Got it? You guys know last week or a week and a half, I was shut down. Right? And then all of a sudden, there's all kind of things happening where we have disruption.
Enemy rampage.
I don't know, conspiracy theory? I don't know, right? But I am teaching what the rich do, and I'm not teaching what came out of my mind. I'm telling you,
There are over 300 pressure.
a lot of what I teach
No one can protect them all.
comes out of Congress. It comes out of Congress. So I'm about the only person that's going to go in and teach from the ground all the way up. All the way up. Because I want you to succeed. And some people say, well, why are you doing all that, Mr. Whitehead? Why are you doing all that? I'm going to be honest with you before we start. I'm going to be honest with you.
Really my thing.
You know why I'm doing all that?
Your turret has been
It's
destroyed.
because money ain't everything, and I want a legacy.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed.
Did you hear that? GC, are you with me? Okay. Do you know money can't save you? And I'm not going to preach. I'm going to get right into this, but I just want to let you know, I don't care how much money you have, money can't save you. Money can't save you. I was once had all this money, because I know how to get there, right? I'm teaching you, so you think I don't do it myself. So now, all this money, and then all of a sudden, boom, I got sick. And I said, Lord, this money can't save me. I was on the way
I'm talking to Mudwater Dragon Juicy.
and I said, Lord,
Enemy double kill.
only you can save me. Only you, Lord. And I was saved. I'm here today. So that brought the big shot down to back into his shoes, walking on a cloud, thinking you was all that because you had all this money. Yes, Mr. Whitehead. Yes, Mr. Whitehead. Yes, but when you got money, everybody's it.
When they attacked the village
Just explode, get in
during
pull
the
up to the club.
whatever that was, the
I'm
tournament.
gonna park my car here. Wherever you want to park it, Mr. Whitehead. Go in. Get free champagne. Free. Mr. Whitehead's in the house. And all of a sudden,
Has been slain.
that don't mean
Your
nothing.
team has destroyed a turret.
So, I made up my mind, I want to leave a legacy. I want you to teach your children's children's children. I want them to see you on the you know what I thought about? When I was sick, I thought about my kids. I thought about my mama. I was like, oh man. And that thing over the fireplace, that big fireplace, I want you to have that picture over the fireplace. Who is that? That's Grandma Johnson. She started all this.
I got a pack full of
Who's that?
Nothing but time.
Man, that's Grandpa. That's my grandpa. That's Grandpa Johnson. He started all this.
Enemy killing spree.
I want that to be you. Because you're not taking nothing from me by being successful.
No one tells me what to do.
And I want you to say, that's Grandpa Johnson. That's guy named Derek Whitehead. Remember, he used to teach everybody for free? And that's why we have all of this. So I don't want you to be here learning whatever I'm teaching. Right? And then not teach your children. Then not teach your children.
What's the name of the channel clone?
That's all I have to say. That's the story. Why you doing
this?
Because I want you to remember your legacy. Not that I'm going anywhere, because God got me. But my point is that even though you get all this money, and I'm going to do my best to show you how to step it up. Step it up. That nobody else is going to teach you on the internet. I'm going to do my best to show you how to step it up. But guess what? Never forget where you come from.
I'm not here to make friends.
All right, let's go in there. Step number one. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about how to get this money, right? So we're going to get credit corporation funding. Credit corporation funding. So the first thing we have to do is we have to go and get our credit together, right? And that's not hard. That's not hard. So a lot of times people say, well, you said, Mr. Whitehead, get money to do business. You don't do business to get money. That's right. So the one thing I want you to learn is first, we have to go in and build the company for how much money we want. The biggest mistake people make is going in letting people give you $150,000 worth of credit cards, and that's all you got. And you say, how much did they get me? They got me 150. You didn't tell them how much you wanted. You just took whatever they got you.
An ally has been slain.
Whatever they gave you. That's backwards. You're supposed to say, I need $100,000 because I need to start my business. It's going to cost me $100,000. So if you need $100,000, you need to ask for build $150,000 business. So you can present your business. So you can say, here's my excuse. I'm sorry. So you can say, here is my business. Here's my business. Give me the money. And it's properly built with the proper data points. Write that down. Data points. So we're going to talk about how to build a $100,000 business. I call that 100 Air. And then we're going to talk about how to build $1 million business. If you need $1 million, then borrow $1.2 million. Because you got to pay the loan. If you need $100 million, build $100 million business.
You will not stop.
You need $200,000, but you went in and got some credit cards and they gave you $125,000, $150,000. That's not going to cut it. I love you too. So go in, first rule, number one, know how much money I need. Now, how are we going to determine how much money we need? Nobody on the internet is going to teach you this. Nobody. Right? You need to go in and download. We charge $6,500 to $7,500 for this, but I'm telling you for free.
Has destroyed a turret.
You need to go in and get yourself what they call a an executive business summary.
Inhibitor has been destroyed.
Write that down.
An enemy is legendary.
Get yourself, download an executive business summary or a business executive summary. Download it for free template, and fill it out and answer every question. This is the name of my business. This is where my business is located. This is how many employees I need. This is how much they get paid. This is how much furniture I need. This is how much it costs. This is my address. This is how much it costs for rent for a year. And add it all up.
An ally has been slain.
And then, if it says you need 100, then you say, I need 150,000. If it says I need $1 million, I need $1.2 million. Now you know what you need. That's how, do you know, people pay people like me thousands and thousands of dollars to structure their company to get them where they want to go. Like Amazon, like Google. You think they don't have people that teach them, that say, this is what we need to do, this is what, because they have the experience. You know what those are called? Those are called board members. Board members. Write that down. So the one thing you can do is hire board members. Board members are usually older people who are retired, or older people who have done what you're trying to do. So you put them on your board and you pay them a little bit of something so that they can give you advice on what to do next. Those are board members. Now, there's a difference between board members and what they call officers of your corporation. An officer is a president, a vice president, and a secretary. So you should not have one person on your corporation. Those are officers. Okay, a board member is an elderly person that understands where you've already been and they guide you. So you put them on your board. See, what I do is I'm not selling you nothing. I'm educating you on business. I want you to be a businessman and a businesswoman and teach your children how to be a businessman and a businesswoman. Because back in the day, 200 years ago when this country was started, everybody had a business. Or there was an apprentice learning how to have a business. Nobody was without a business. 90% of everybody had a business. Now, 90% or 85% of everybody today is flip-flop. 85% work for somebody and 15% have the businesses.
Time to do what's gotta be done.
Why is that?
Minions have spawned.
I don't know. Because we are consumers and we don't have business minds. We're not trained to have our own businesses. We're trained to work. We're being trained to, it is honorable.
You better be
to have, like the Jamaicans, they say, man, those are the hardest people working in the world. They have 9 jobs. 9 jobs. Like Japanese. My mama, she's Bayesian. Like Rihanna, they from Barbados, right? They work hard out there. My uncle, he comes here because of my mother's. He says, hey, Elon 33. That's what I'm talking about. Jamaica here. So my uncle goes in, sitting on the couch. That boy is worthless. Worthless, not worthless. Worthless. That boy is worthless. That boy only had 1 job. And what worthless? In my day, we had 9 jobs. The boy lazy. The boy's lazy. Say, don't talk about my boy like that. I'm talking about me.
Don't be quick of the Japanese version of them saying to some of the people.
I said, Unc, I'm not looking for no job. Those old days is over. Those are over. I go get money and I hire people like you. Work for me.
I got it.
Why, yeah, you're worthless. You're worthless. You know, you're lazy. You know, you can cut a brick. You can't cut a brick, right? You can't cut a brick. They ain't trying to cut a brick, right? I hire somebody to cut a brick. All right, so boom. We're looking for money. We ain't playing that old style game no more, okay? That's over. If you want to, you can still play that game. But not here. Not here. All right, so let's get into the first step. The first step is you need to be a personal guarantor. Some people say, Mr. Whitehead, how do I get the money then? Right? So I'm not going to sit here and go, yeah, worthless. You know, he does so much work, his hands are the size of somebody's shoulders, right? You know, you shake his hand, he shake your hand like this. His hands are so big, like, you're like, you did a lot of work, didn't you, Uncle? That's right, your boy, you're doing, understand, you're worthless, you know, work is good for you, boy. Work is good.
Come on, man.
Well,
I don't see that I have to do the dance, bro. You know,
this hand is for rings, not for cutting bricks. This hand is for watches, not for cutting bricks, right? So, ain't worth a nickel. I said, no, I don't want to be worth a nickel. I want to be worth a couple of billion.
Everyone dies.
You're real smart not. You're real smart not. Oh, man. So, let's go to step number one. The first thing we're going to do is credit corporation funding, and that's how we're going to get the money. All right? So the first thing is you need to be a good personal guarantor. What is a personal guarantor? That is a PG. So you're going to tell the corporation, you're going to go to the bank because the bank has all the money. We're not going to go to the liquor store because we had a hard day and pass the bank and get a bottle of wine or some brews. No, we're not going to go to the shoe store at the mall, right? So we can buy some hair so we can braid for somebody. No, we're going to go to the bank. Stop passing the bank. What are you going to do when you get off work? I'm going to try to get off work before 5 o'clock so I can hit this bank. That's what I'm going to do. Then I'll hit the liquor store or I'll hit the mall.
Restraint's not really my thing.
So we're going to go in, we're going to get money to do business. We don't do business to get money. And the first thing they're going to say to you is, do you have any documentation? And you're going to say, no, because I want credit cards. I want $1, $2, $3, $4, $500,000 in credit cards. So I don't have any documentation.
Let 'em
Sorry.
They can't stop
Right?
me.
They're going to say, what are you giving us? No doc and stated income. Write that down. No doc and stated income. For the first credit corporation funding, we're going to get credit cards. All right? So, in order to get credit cards, they say, well, since you're not giving us any documentation, who's going to guarantee we get paid? You're going to say, the corporation's going to guarantee you get paid. They say, well, who's going to guarantee the corporation? You're going to say, I'm going to be the personal guarantor to make sure you get your money. It's not my credit, but I'm just going to guarantee it.
New mantras.
Got it? All right, so that's what a PG is, a personal guarantor. Now, in order to be a personal guarantor, a lot of people say, well, how do I be a personal guarantor, Mr. Whitehead? And I say, well, in order to be a personal guarantor, you need to go in and be and get a good credit score. Now, for everybody that's out there, I'm going to start getting into it, but a lot of times I get shut down because when I get too deep into what I'm talking about, we have TikTok, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook. I want you to go in and sign in to this free webinar in case I get shut down. And they shut me down all the time. Okay? So I said, you said no doc and what again? I said stated income and no doc. So you can actually go into economicmasonry.com and sign in now. Sign in. Sign in. You can be a part of the free webinar, and I even answer your questions. And that's where you really learn, because people ask questions that I don't say nothing about. Okay, so sign in. If I get shut down, you can still see this. So go to Economic Masonry right now, economicmasonry.com, and sign in and go into the free webinar. It's free. If you find this interesting so far, imagine what you're going to hear when I finish, okay? Economic, like the economy, economic masonry. This is not a Mason thing. Mason means builder. Just so everybody understands, I want you to sign, and it has an E. Economic. It doesn't have a G.
Double kill.
Mason sign has a G. Mason means builder. So we are economically building.
An enemy is godlike.
All right. So we have to, with those that tie your camel, those that have been to the east and back, right? I want you to know that we have to make sure the cornerstone is true and correct. So that means you have to see things true and correct, or your building will be lopsided as a builder. So I want you to understand this is economic masonry, economic building. All right? So go into economicmasonry.com and sign in, right, to the free webinar. Look for the free webinar because they shut me down a lot of times. Okay? So now they say, well, in order to be a PG, you need to have good credit. So a lot of people will tell me, so I say, well, how's your credit? And they say to me, well, I got a 660.
Nice. Not about the killing.
Okay, 660. I got a 420. My credit's not that bad. The next one. I got an 800. You got an 800 credit score and you're not a millionaire? That's because nobody's teaching you how to not go in and buy a car that's a depreciating asset, ain't making no money off of it. You're not renting it out. You're not doing two-row. None of that. You're just driving it and depreciating. No asset, right? You have a house that you bought so you can get a good interest rate and you're living in it. And you're not making any money off of it. You're in debt. You're supposed to get money and then make money off that money. Makes sense? So we use credit. We don't let credit use us. We use credit. We don't let credit use us. All right. So if you got an 800 credit score, you should be a multi-millionaire. All right. But for those that don't have a perfect credit score, I got news for you. It's not that hard for you to fix. So you can go in, and in order to be a PG, we're not talking about a credit score. Most people think we're talking about a credit score. I'm not talking about a credit score. What I'm talking about is a FICO score. I want you to write that down. The first thing we're going to do is credit. Then get the corporation, build it properly for whatever money you want. And then we're going to go in and we're going to do funding. We're going to fund it. Get that money because we're looking for money. Remember? So we're going to go in and make sure that we have a good FICO. A credit score is just a score. A FICO is comprised of many things. So a good FICO is comprised of, if you pull out your driver's license, step number one in the FICO. If you pull out your driver's license, if it says John Harris, it should not say John J. Harris. It shouldn't say Harris J. What all these different variations, because those are considered aliases. So whatever's on your driver's license is what should be on your credit reports. All three credit reports: TransUnion, Equifax, and Experian. They should all match your driver's license. If you have when you look at your driver's license or your ID, you should have your address matching the same address on all three reports. All three. If your address is maybe you live here and you live there, you live there, whatever address that's on your driver's license, if you have other addresses on your credit report, you got to get rid of the rest of them, because those are bringing you down in data points. Boom, boom, boom. And the people that's teaching you on the internet, they're not teaching you this because they're not bankers. They done went to all the gurus. They done went to all the webinars and all the seminars and all the fests, right? And now they're teaching you because they're gurus now. I'm not an internet guru. I'm not a person that's an internet guru who's doing business. I'm a businessman who's now entering into the internet.
An enemy has
Two different things. Okay, so I want you to be a business person and learn how to clean up your credit. So you need to go in, one name, no aliases, one address, because too many addresses make you look unstable. It makes you look unstable, like you move around all over the place. You don't want that. The bank doesn't like that. So next thing is, no more than 3 inquiries. Write that down. No more than 3 inquiries. If you have more than 3 inquiries, you need to start getting them off. But don't take away good cards that are not late or good lines of credit. Don't go and say, well, Mr. Whitehead said removed all the inquiries except 3. Don't blame that on me, right?
Depends how
don't remove good trade lines. Okay. All right. So, no more than 3 inquiries, right? No less than 5 trade lines. What is a trade line? A trade line is when somebody gave you credit. Simple as that. Somebody gave you credit and reported it to the bureaus. Now, some people say, we know that. Well, be patient, because a lot of people don't know that. And on here, everybody's the same. I don't care how rich you are. I don't care how big, short, tall. We're all the same. So be patient. One time I didn't know that, and you didn't know that. So let's be patient, okay? Sometimes people say, well, come on, Mr. Whitehead, we know that.
My kids are clean.
Okay? We know that. Well, everybody don't know that. All right, so let's be patient. All right, so because we're here to bring everybody up. This is a community. This is a community, and I want everybody to start looking out for my community. It's going to be out soon. We're going to be there, and we are going to put some stuff in that community that's going to be off the chain. I have a whole team that's been working for months, uploading, putting all kinds of stuff in there. So look out for that. Okay, so now, if you have negatives, derogatories, if you have lates, right, they're not going to give you the money. And the next thing is make sure you have no less than 5 trade lines. 5. And a good mix if you can. A good mix if you can. So, number 1, you should have no less than 5 trade lines. But if you have 4 trade lines, then you can fix that. You can go in and go get yourself a pledge loan. Go to Navy Federal or one of the credit unions and get a pledge loan. That means you put money in the bank. If you have 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 100,000, put it in the bank and say, I want to borrow against my own money. And more likely they will let you do that. That's called a pledge loan. And when you borrow the money against your money, they give you the money, you pay it back in 3 weeks, right? Pay it off, and now you have a beautiful bank trade line. Beautiful bank trade line. If you have 3 trade lines, after you do that, then you can go in and go get yourself a care credit. You know, where you get the eyeglasses, you know, care credit, or you get the implants or whatever. You don't have to use the money. You don't have to use the money, but they give you the credit, all right? So once you have that, now you're ready to rock and roll. So there's ways to get your credit together. All right. Now, you say, well, how do I get some of these negatives off? Because you can't have lates, you can't have derogatories. You're talking about funding a corporation that's not you. Okay, so you cannot have lates, foreclosure, bankruptcy. But so what you do is you go in, so you know the government says, if you feel if there's something on your credit report, if there's something in your credit report that is inaccurate, this is the law. Under the Fair Credit Reporting Act, if this is something that is inaccurate, that it needs to be gone off your credit report. It needs to be gone. So I'm not looking at your credit report. I don't know, right? You know, but if you feel something is inaccurate,
legendary. Get the job.
what do? You download something that's called an FTC affidavit. An FTC affidavit. Download that on Google, and you fill that out, and you make 3 copies. Now, you write what you believe is inaccurate, including inquiries, and then you send it in certified. And then the data furnishers, some people call them bureaus. They're not bureaus. They're not under the government. These are data furnishers of businesses just like you and me. They're businesses, right? You fill that out, and before you send it in, certified mail, before you send it in with a copy of our ID, color copy of your ID, color copy of your social, and then a copy, the cover copy of a bill to prove where you live at. Now, they all have to have the same name and same address all across the board, right? Now, send that in. But before you send it in, I want you to shut down all the third-party bureaus. See, they don't check directly with the original creditor. A lot of times they check with third-party bureaus that's reporting information. So if you opt out, I want you to go to Google and I want you to pull up third-party bureaus. And when they come down from Nexus, and CFPB and all those places, shut them down. I want you to opt out. When you opt out, then they have nobody to check. But make sure now, when you opt out, that you make sure they're going to send you a letter. You have opt out. Don't lose that letter. Ricky, don't lose that number. Because they're going to have a number. If you lose that number, you're going to have a hard time opting back in. So the mistake people make is they forget to opt back in. They forget to opt back in. And now, if the bank can't find you, they can't give you any money. So you got to opt back in. But don't lose that number. Put it on under your mattress. Now, some people put it under their mattress and they forget they put it under their mattress. Like, where the heck did I put this at? And then a year later, they're going to the mattress, or 5 years later, somebody ever goes to the mattress, and they say, daggone it, here's that. Put it on a desk or somewhere right in front of you, right, where you can constantly see it. Okay, so that's how you go in. Now, if they don't remove most of the things off your credit report, then you go to the police of credit. The police, and that's CFPB. So you send that same affidavit and say they did not remove these negatives, and then the police, CFPB will come in, get involved, and they will start removing. Yeah. Now, if you want to know more about that, let's go to question and answers. I do question and answers. Go in and ask the question. Okay. So if you're on TikTok, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, or YouTube, we have all these platforms right now. I want you to go in there, and I want you to go to economicmasonry.com and sign in so that you can ask the question. And if I get shut down, you will not be able to see the rest of the stuff that I'm trying to teach you, because I'm going from step 1 all the way up.
Everyone dies.
So sign in right now to economicmasonry.com. If you find this interesting, go and sign in and say, let's see what else this guy has to say. Okay? All right, because if they shut me down, you're not going to be able to see this. Next slide. So we're talking about credit, corporation, and then funding. This is not hard to do. There's no reason why you shouldn't be getting money, just like the rich folks do. They go to the bank, but they make sure that their company is built correctly. If you want $100,000, build a $100,000 company.
Really?
If you want $1 million, build $1 million company. If you want $100 million, you know the money it's just numbers in a computer. So $5 to the bank is no different from $100 million. $1 billion. You need $100 million? Build $100 million company. So when they look at it, they say, this is built well. This is $100 million company. Here's where would you like me to wire the money? You have to convince them that you know what you're doing. If you don't look like you know what you're doing, you're not going to get the money.
You will not stop me.
So it is not about how much can I get. It is about what I want and knowing how to build the company for what I want. Because your job is to get money, not to work. And then put that money to work. You work, I'm going to go find some more money. And I can assure you,
my new mantras.
This dog will hunt. This dog will hunt. All right? All right, so you just have to know the rules. So the next thing is, the first thing is credit corporation funding. The next thing is building your company the proper way so you know what to give them, the data points. So let's talk about one of the first issues people have. They don't understand that all these different companies that people have are for different reasons. They all have different reasons, right? But there's only one company that they don't expose to you. There's only one. They steer you away from it. And you're going to know what I mean in a minute. There's only one company that is made just for getting money. So let's talk about the different companies that people know about, but they don't know which one to use to get money. You got your LLC. You got an LLC? Girl, you got an LLC? Girl, I didn't know you had an LLC. Girl, I've been had an LLC. I'm saving up for my LLC right now. You got an LLC? Been had, man. I got so many LLCs, bruh. You know, that's what I do, man. Hi. My name is Bob. and I got my very own LLC. And you too can get your own very your LLC, and it's just a couple of clicks away. My name is Barbara, and I got my very own LLC. I finally got my LLC, and I'm going to start my business. And if you don't want any money, get an LLC like me. Let's talk about the LLC. You got your LLC. The first thing you got to do, okay, I'm going to put y'all on game. Put y'all on game right now. The first thing you do is get your LLC, and then you can go to this company and file you for your LLC right away. Then get your EIN number. Then once you do that, then I want you to go in and go to this bank and this bank and this bank and put your name in there and go get your car, all right, with no PG, and don't get your quill and get your Euroline, and those will be your trade lines. You got your quill, you got your Euroline. Let me ask you something. Who the heck, I started to say something different, but there's children here. Who the heck is going to give you $100, $200, $1 million from the bank because you got a $50 quill? Nobody, baby. Who's gonna give you $100,000, $1 million because you got a Euroline, a $25 Euroline?
Let's make this.
And another thing, while I'm on it, how many people are out there cleaned their credit up?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
And now they're going in and they're getting what they call a $300 secured card.
Cold steel and a target.
Well, I'm just trying to build my credit up, Mr. Whitehead. So I got my $300 secured card, and you know, right now I'm putting my authorized users on.
Watch your back.
The bank, when you're funding a corporation, don't care nothing about no authorized users. They want to see your credit. And if you have a $300 secured card, somebody looking at a banker looking at your credit report, and they say the most that a bank gave them was $300, and it was secured. So that means you put your money in so that they can lend you your own money. Now let me figure this out.
It's not about the killing. It's about who's doing the dying.
Never mind. A $300, $500 secured card. What is that going to do for you? You want $10,000, $5,000, $50,000 credit cards, $25,000 credit cards. A bank usually matches what another bank has already given you. So if you have a $300 secured card, they may say, here's $300 unsecured. Now, how about that? You should be happy. So stop it. Stop it.
This won't take long.
Somebody says, discussing how to get business funding. Ask for tips on building your LLC. Oh, if you notice, they push LLCs. So first of all, there's only one type of company that is meant just for getting money. The LLC is limited liability. That's for protection. That's not for getting money. But why is everybody pushing LLCs? Because if everybody was rich, then what would it mean to be rich? See, the game is to be sold and not told. That's why they steer you away from the truth, from the facts.
An ally has been slain.
Let me ask you this. Google, Yahoo, Amazon, Citibank, Sony. What do they all have in common? I'm going to answer your question in just a minute, but let's first talk about the LLC. That's for risky things. That's for driving a truck, dangerous things. The banks don't want dangerous things. That's for like a doctor that operates on somebody and says, guess what? You know what? You messed up and they're going to sue you. The doctor says, I'm an LLC or an LLP, limited liability partnership or limited liability company. You're not getting nothing out of me. That's for protection. That's not for getting money. Okay? Then what about the S Corporation? The S Corporation is for investors. Investors. Right? So, hey, I hit the lottery. I want to invest in your company. I came into some money. Well, let's go. I make money, you make money. I lose money, you lose money. So wait a minute. I don't want to be a part of your company. I just want to be an investor. Well, I got the perfect thing. I have a S Corporation. That's what an S Corporation is for. But nobody's teaching you that. So when you talk to somebody, I got my LLC, I got my S Corporation. Why? Because your tax person told you to go get an LLC or S Corporation so you can save, so you don't have to pay double taxation. But do rich people care about double taxation? Who know how to go get the money? Those are not for getting money. Those are not for getting money.
I love what I do. My enemies don't.
There's one company. Remember I said Amazon. Amazon. YouTube, Facebook, TikTok. Sony.
If you look dangerous,
Walmart. These are billion-dollar companies. What do they all have in common? They're all C corporations. C corporations. The C corporation.
Can't stop what's coming.
Every billion-dollar company out here is a C corporation because they know better. That's why they do better. They know better than to get an LLC. They want money. So they're not going in and talking about, I need protection.
I work alone. It's better for everyone.
S Corporation, I'm trying to not worrying about double taxation. They don't care because they're going to get the money and they're going to get a CPA to do the taxes and they're going to stay in their lane. They're going to find the money and the CPA is going to help them with their taxes. Stay in your lane. Get a CPA. C corporation. A C corporation is a person. On none of these, the C corporation is a special purpose entity. Write that down. Go look it up. See, you say, Mr. Whitehead, he making things up. I'm not making this up. Okay? This is just for getting money. So we get money to do business. We don't do business to get money. Makes sense? So now, we get the C corporation. The C corporation is a person. Let's go through the C corporation very quickly. Right now, you have 3 parts to the corporation. It is not a big deal. You just don't know it. So now, first thing is, the C corporation has a good standing letter. It's a person, corpse, body, a corpse, a dead thing that you taste, touch, smell, feel, and hear from. So, you're taking that corporation and you're getting a good standing letter when they give it to you. That's the thing with the seal on it. And the good standing letter is going to say, this is, I'm in good standing, like you. You don't have warrants, you don't have any of that. Well, this is in good standing. Okay, over here is what they call articles of incorporation. The articles is its birth certificate. It says this is who we are, what we do, and we will abide by all the rules that are applicable to us, that apply to us. Good standing letter. Articles of incorporation. And the last thing is what they call an EIN number. That's a social security number for taxes. Now, the one thing, big mistake people make is when they go fill out and get their EIN number. The first thing you should know is never name your corporation anything specific. Not going to tell you that on the internet, are they? Never, ever name yourself anything specific.
I am my own master.
If you ever notice, Walmart doesn't mean cheap clothes. Sony doesn't mean televisions. You ever notice Starbucks doesn't mean coffee?
Your turret has been destroyed.
You ever notice that? You ever notice Amazon? That means nothing. It just means big. Amazon. It doesn't mean shipping stuff. It doesn't mean any of that. Because they do better. That's why they do better, because they know better. So, if you name yourself something specific, the bank may not like what you name it. So that's called a SIC code. Write that down. SIC code. And SIC code is a SIC code. Nobody on the internet is teaching you about SIC codes or NICSC codes. You need to learn the data points so you can build your company for whatever you want. For whatever you want. The bank is a lending institution, not a hold your money institution. 85% put their money in the bank and they hold their money and give you nearly nothing. And then the 15% go in and take your money out and build a big company, hire you and pay you with your own money that they took out. Your money they took out. Let's just have a time of pause for a minute. Contemplation. They take out my money I put in the bank and work hard for it. Then when I'm working, they go to the bank and ask for some of my money, and the bank lends them my money. And then they build a big company, and when I go looking for a job,
they can't stop me.
They hire me.
They can try.
And then pay me with my own money. And they get rich using my money.
You will not stop me.
That's what the rich people are doing. Every time they see you go to the bank and put your money in, they're like, that's a hard pill to swallow. That's a hard pill to swallow. You know, I got a friend who's rich. I got a friend who's rich. We was going to it's like a club. It's where people fly their private airplanes in, and he's got a private plane. And he says, I'm going to go, I left something on the plane, and then we're going to come out of there, and we're going to go to the little club on the airstrip. right? So we're riding down to the place, right? To the playing place where we're gonna go in and shoot some pool and hang out, and there's people with all the airplanes, private planes, and it's kind of like a party, like a club. On the way there, he pulls into the bank parking lot. And he's sitting there, and I'm saying,
I got it.
after 5 minutes, he ain't looking for nothing. He's just sitting there. I'm saying, look, why are you sitting here? Why are you sitting? He said, I'm looking at my money. I said, what? He said, I'm looking at my money. You looking at your money? He said, yeah. He said, look at all these people
Has been destroyed.
putting my money in the bank.
Has been destroyed.
He said, I love it. He said, sometimes I just sit in the parking lot and watch my money go in. I said, how's it your money? He said, because once they put it in,
Just warming up.
I'm going to go get it out. And I don't even have to rob the bank. I just ask them for it. Let me get some of their money. See, Billy the Kid was kind of stupid.
Everyone died.
Billy the Kid used to rob banks, and he got hung for it. Now, this is a true story. When they caught Billy the Kid, they said, you got any last things to say, Billy, before we hang you? He was on the stage a thing, and they put the rope around his neck. Before they put the thing on his face, they said, Billy, why was you robbing all those banks? He said, because that's where the money is. They put the thing on his head.
Your turret has been destroyed.
The end. Billy, the Kid.
An enemy is legendary.
So my friend said,
Your turret
I'm
has
watching
been
them put
destroyed.
my money in the bank.
Wait, to me,
That's where I got this from. He said, I never thought about this. I never thought about it. I said,
Has been destroyed.
he said, I like to go and watch them put my money in the bank. He said, because they think the bank is a hold your money institution. I know the bank is a lending institution. So as soon as they fill up all their money, I'm going to go in and tell the bank I have a good corporation that's built properly the way you like it. And I want some of their money. I want to take their money out and build a big company, hire them, and pay them with their own money. So some of the people that are putting the money in, they may be at his company looking for a job later. And they're going to say, this is a beautiful company you have. And you know what he said? I said, you know what he said? He said, I'm going to say to myself, thank you very much for helping me build it.
Your inhibitor has
With
been
your money.
destroyed. An enemy is legendary.
Now, don't that shoot your big toe up in your boots? You ladies, don't you got to take your shoes off? Didn't that just swell your feet up? This is the biggest secret of the rich. The C corporation is to get money. The LLC is to put money in. And then the C corporation people go take it out. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to change your mind, how to change your thinking. You think these people are geniuses. They're not geniuses. Most rich people, a lot of them are nowhere near as smart as you, because to be on the street and not have a lot of money, to live in this world and to live in this life, you got to be smooth. You got to have a game to survive. See, they had everything just given to them. Somebody taught them how to go in the bank, get the money, and then run these big companies, but nobody taught you. Nobody taught you. Right? So you gotta be real creative on how to make that money every month. Hustler. So guess what?
Welcome.
Stop hustling and become a businessman or a businesswoman.
Minions have spawned.
The fist of shadow was my mom. I do.
So now let's talk about
this is the now Archie's minion.
Hey, Roderick.
The leftovers. You can put the proper road.
All right.
Order filled.
Today you will bleed for Ionia.
So let's talk about the corporation and the proper data points. You want to go in and you want to get the corporation and you want to make it to where they love what you've built and get that money. Make sense? All right. So the first thing is never name your company anything specific. This is what the rich teach their children. If you name yourself something specific, they may not like that. So that's called a SIC code. Write that down. A SIC code. A SIC code. Okay? An SIC code. Right?
Too fast. Too good. You're done.
Okay. So an SIC code. What is an SIC code? An SIC code is a SIC code. I want you to write that down. A SIC code. What is a SIC code? An SIC code is an identifier. Now, I told you you need to understand these things so you can go in and get the money. That's what the rich people know. So if you go in and let's say you're a truck driver in the transportation industry, well, they assign you a SIC code. That's an identifier, SIC code. So they say truck driver could be SIC code 564321, 534621. That is a SIC code for truck driver. Now, the other SIC code for transportation could be 54416, 54416. For instance, that's the SIC code for transportation. So you're a trucker in the transportation industry. They don't look at the name, they look at the code that you're doing. And that means no, because they don't like trucking. Trucks are dangerous. LLCs are for dangerous things. So never name yourself anything that they don't like. So you look at the SIC code, so you know
Can't stop what's
that's a SIC code they like or SIC code they don't like. See, they don't teach you this on the internet.
An ally has been slain.
Right? Now, I would say go to Google and go to Google
everyone
and write down.
I just speed things up.
Go to Google and write down SIC codes that banks like and SIC codes that banks don't like. SIC codes that banks like and SIC codes that banks don't like. Is there someone playing around at the gates? SIC codes that banks like and SIC codes that banks don't like.
Skill and steel will get the job done.
Is there someone playing around at the front gates? Delivery people, all kinds of people. We have these gates, these big gates, and people start
really
laying around. They can't get in the gates, and so they're like, how do we get in the gates? How do we get in there? All right, so SIC codes that banks like and SIC codes that banks don't like. So I want you to download SIC codes that banks don't like and SIC codes that banks like. And don't pick the ones that the banks don't like. It's as simple as that. So that's the first step. But nobody's going to teach you this. Who's going to teach you about SIC codes? Banks don't like trucks. Banks don't like dangerous things. Banks don't like restaurants because it takes a long time for restaurants to get going. So don't pick these. They don't like real estate unless you have 6 final HUDs. Now, if you want to learn more about the final HUDs, then come back and we will teach you about the final HUDs. Come back and go to question and answers, and we will teach you about how to get money from the banks with, as long as you have 6 final HUDs in real estate.
It's a reckoning.
All right. Now, so you go in, you make sure you have your SIC code, your proper SIC codes, and don't name yourself anything specific, because if you do, they can put you in a bad SIC code. So download SIC codes that banks like and SIC codes that banks don't like, and don't use the ones that they don't like. Now, another thing is when people go in and say, Mr. Whitehead, I didn't use the SIC codes that banks don't like because I looked it up. But guess what? Then you go in,
they're smart,
and you say, when you go to get your EIN number, they say, what do? And you say, trucking.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, you're gonna bleed.
You go tell them that you're doing trucking. Right? And you wonder why I don't get the money. Because you don't understand SIC codes.
Wars are messy. Mike.
Now, the next thing is, C corporations are used to get the money. So you get money to do business. You don't do business to get money. So go in and build your company for what you want. Go in and build your company for what you want. Okay? Now, once you get your corporation, you have to build it like a person. Everything you have, it has to have. So we're talking about $500,000 in credit cards. Then after that, once we learn this, then I'm going to go in and I'm going to show you how to get that million and how to get that 100 million and all the way up. You just have to know what you're doing. That's all. And they cannot teach you on the internet past $150,000, $200,000 in credit cards because they are not bankers. They don't know it. That's why they can't teach you.
Okay, this I got.
Let's proceed. So now, the corporation is a person. So you build it first to get $1, $2, $3, $4, $500,000 in credit cards. That is easy. Stated income, no doc. Stated income, no doc. Now, first of all, you should protect your money. You have to protect the corporation. So some people say, well, Mr. Whitehead, I got an LLC. What am I supposed to do with that? Smarty pants.
Enemy rampage.
I'm not here to make friends.
What am I supposed to do with that? Smarty, I got an LLC.
Won't fly here.
Well, I got good news for you. So something that they don't teach you on the internet is called the 7 structure. If you understand business, you understand the 7 structure. Built like a 7. So right here, let's go through this really quick. The C corporation gets the money. It gets the money.
There are over
That's what it's there for. Get money.
You can protect them all.
You can become a millionaire a lot faster getting money than you can working for it. I can go borrow $1 million a lot faster than I can working forever trying to make $1 million. So we don't work for the money. Got it? The C corporation, that's for getting money. Now over here, somebody's coming for your money. They don't care when you have hardly any money, but when you start making that bigger money, they're gonna start coming for your money. Relatives, all kinds of people coming, trying to get some of that money. So,
problems.
You're going to take the C corporation. And that C corporation is going to put all its assets into a holding corporation. You're going to write a letter that says everything we own belongs to you, holding corporation. That's called a corporate veil. Look it up, a corporate veil. So now, you write a letter, have it notarized, and now if somebody tries to sue the C corporation, they get no money because the assets are in the holding corporation. And now you write another letter that everything, all the assets are going into the trust inside or outside the United States. And you notarize that letter and that letter. Now your money has a great protection. Now you go back, that top is your protection over the 7. And you go back down here, and you get the money as ABC Inc., meaning nothing. ABC 123 Inc., doing business as such and such LLC. DBA, doing business as such and such trucking.
Words on their tombstone.
And you can have as many of those as you want. And if your LLC is worth $1 million and you put it properly under your C Corp, the mama is now worth $1 million. So you are now worth $2 million. It's not how much money you have, it's how much money your corporation is worth.
You can never
Nobody's going to teach you that. You're counting all this money. You see everybody counting all the money? I mean, I think that's great. But if you really want to impress me, show me that your corporation has assets. You take that.
Yeah, man, this is fucking new team trying to snitch, bro. What the fuck?
Like real cars, real computers, real homes. Right? And you put it into your corporation, and the corporation has assets. Now you own those things. So instead of financing a car, where if you miss some payments, they take the car. But what about if you were to buy the car off with the loan money or with the credit cards? Now you own the car. The corporation owns the car. So they cannot take it because you own it. So you take the fake money and you buy real things with it.
Your team has destroyed
and put it into your corporation. So counting all this money doesn't mean anything to you because it's not your money. It's not your money, right? It said the Federal Reserve money. Now, if you show me where you have $10 million, I say that's cute. In cash, I will say that's cute. But the bank knows and I know you can spend that on a yacht tomorrow and be broke, a depreciating asset. But if you put that into your business as an asset, you bought the yacht and put it in your business. Now I know you can sell that business for 3, 6, or 9 times the amount of money that, or the amount of assets in your company. So Oprah doesn't have $7 billion under her mattress. That's what her company is worth. It's what Oprah is worth, not how much money she has. It's assets. So we use the corporation to go get money, and then we take that money, fiat money, that's not even real money, belongs to the Federal Reserve, and we buy credit cards, we buy real things with it, and put it in our company. And then we show the bank that we have assets, and they give us more money. If you have all this money in the bank,
let them see,
and no assets in your company, the bank looks at you like, rookie, because they can tell this person's got a lot of money, but that money can be spent tomorrow. They have no assets.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
They don't say, show me the money. They say, show me the assets. When you go to borrow big money, they ask you for your asset sheet. They want you to write down your assets. I own 5 cars. I own 3 Rolls Royces. I own 2, 3 homes. I own this. I got furniture. I got this.
Big
And they all
goofy,
belong to the corporation.
big goofy lanky back there, lanky head.
Somebody said, show us the chart. Okay, so C corporation for getting the money, and then holding corp. You put your money in a holding corp and have it notarized. Notarize the letter, and then put that assets into the trust inside the United States jurisdiction or outside the United States jurisdiction, and that's your protection. And then you go over here and you put your LLC underneath it. ABC Inc. means nothing. Doing business as such and such trucking, such and such LLC. And you can have as many as those you want, like Walmart, all the DBAs. All these franchises, as many as you want. ABC Trucking, doing business as ABC Trucking, also doing business as ABC Car Washing, also doing business as such and such hairdresser. So what do? Oh, I drive truck. I don't want to hear you say that anymore. Oh, I'm a plumber. No. What do? I'm a businessman. I'm a businesswoman. I'm a capitalist. I capitalize looking for capital in a capitalistic society. Just like the president lives in the Capitol. Just like the senators and congressmen work on Capitol Hill. I'm a capitalist. I just happen to do hair. You got something I can capitalize on? I'm a capitalist. So when you leave here, I want you to say, I'm a businessman, I'm a businesswoman, I'm a capitalist. What do? And if they tell you, well, I'm in trucks, then you know. Rookie.
Don't hold back.
Got it? So I want you to take the red pill. I want you to say, I understand what's going on. Wake up, not the blue pill, the wake up pill, the red one. Out. Like the Matrix. Take that thing out your head.
No one tells me. Not anymore.
I want to Nebuchadnezzar. I didn't, Morpheus. I didn't know. Morpheus.
Enemy double kill.
Morpheus. I didn't know. I know. some people out there saying, hey man, you invited me on here. This guy's crazy. I mean, you know, he go in and out. This guy, I don't know about this guy. This guy's crazy. That's because I have so much fun teaching you until I don't have a life. All I do is work. I sit in this office and I work. And I go to another office, somewhere in Florida, in my office there. And I go to New York and I sit and I work. So when I come here, I can let it all hang out. You don't know, I do whatever I want to do.
Ally has been slain.
I have a great time. I love teaching. All right, so the next thing is make sure that your corporation has thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Just teach your children. All right. So now we understand the LLC. We understand get your credit together. We understand the LLC. We understand the S corporation. We understand the LLC, we understand the S corporation, we understand the C corporation. The C corporation is just for getting money, but we want to make sure that you understand banks don't like babies. Banks don't like babies, okay? So I want you to know.
Order filled.
I want you to know that if you walk into a bank with a corporation less than 3 years old, you're not going to get the money. You're not going to get the money because these are data points. So a lot of people go in and wonder why I didn't get any money because they don't like babies. Do you want somebody that's old, or you want somebody that's been doing this forever, or you want somebody just starting out that's going to experiment on your money? I'll take the older person, or I'll take the person with experience. So if you're going to do something with your company, make sure if you're going to buy a complex, make sure you put somebody on your corporation that has experience with complexes, because the bank is going to ask who has experience. The next thing is if you have a company that's under 2.5 tax years, a tax year is January 4 months, that's 2 years, 8 months. If you're younger than 3 years old, don't even try to get the money. You can get some baby money, but the bank wants to see you grow and go through the hoops. Go through the hoops. Don't experiment with their money. So some people say, well, Mr. Whitehead, I got an LLC. Well, I told you what to do with the LLC. You put it underneath your corporation, and that makes your company even more valuable if it is worth anything. The next thing is, don't go in and get a corporation that has no age.
Summoner's Rift.
You say, well, Mr. Whitehead, I don't have a corporation with age. Well, I got good news for you again. You can go in and buy yourself something that's called a seasoned age shelf corporation. A seasoned age shelf corp. Now, what is a seasoned age shelf corp? A seasoned age shelf corporation is a corporation that, you know, like some lawyer or somebody who's been buying corporations like wine, and they age them because they know that rich people, they buy them and they know how valuable they are. Why would I wait 3 years to go get some money? What you don't have a funding problem. You know what you have? You have a structure problem. Nobody's taught you how to go get the money. If nobody taught you how to drive a car, you're going to be catching the bus. And you're going to be at a disadvantage because you're going to see people flying by. You on your bus, taking you 2 hours to get to work when that car's got there in 15 minutes.
An enemy has been slain.
Makes sense? Right? So you need to go in and learn the data points And why do these people go in? If somebody wants to go in and build a franchise, and that franchise costs $10 million, do you think they're going to work and save up for $10 million? That's for rookies. They're going to go in, build the corporation for $10 million. And somebody's going to know how to do it, that they're going to pay them a good amount of money, but it's worth it. It's worth it. I pay you $100,000 to go get me $10 million. That's a consultant. That's a business consultant that knows how to build your company to get you the money. Now, once you learn how to do it, you don't need them anymore. Now you know how to do it. So the other thing is, a book person is nowhere near as good as a practitioner. A person that's doing it will always outbeat a book person. I read this. I read this. Did you ever do it? Because doing it, there's a bunch of things that you have to overcome that the book didn't explain to you. Right? You know, I used to be a ship builder. You probably don't know that. I used to build ships. I used to build rockets. I worked for Raytheon, and I used to build missiles systems. Central Information Center. I've been all on all the aircraft carriers, all on the subs, the nuclear subs, all underneath the water, everywhere. I helped build the Patriot missile system, harness system, install it on a command ship, Coronado.
You better be dangerous.
Yeah, me. This is not rocket science. This is not rocket science. So you can do this too.
An enemy has been slain.
You can do this too. Okay? If somebody taught you, you would know it, and that would be it. But when I was building ships, watch this.
It's strength.
I came in and I was drilling through this wall. They call it a bulkhead on a ship. A bulkhead is a wall. So I'm drilling through this metal wall. And this old man comes along and he says, my supervisor, hold it, stop. So what are you doing? I says, it says right here to drill and put this anchor up here so it can hold this welding torch. He said, no.
You're done.
There's wires and there's plumbing and all kinds of stuff behind this wall. He said, so you can't drill more than 6 inches into this wall. And you got this big drill, this big. He said, stop. He said, son, I want you to take a piece of tape and go 5 inches and then wrap the rest of the drill with tape around it. And don't go past that tape.
I love
when it comes to drill, go to that tape, stop. I said, oh, wow. Because he was a practitioner. He knew how to prevent stuff. He didn't just was a book person. I was a book person.
The fist of shadow.
He had experience.
I do.
He did it. So until you do this, you will not have the experience. This may seem like, man, this sounds like a lot. But once you do it, you'll have it in your head. You can't take education from you. You can't unring the bell. And once you do it,
too fast.
You'll have it. How many people out there understand what I'm saying? I want you to put up, if you understand what I'm trying to say to you, If you feel as though what I'm saying so far is worth anything, put up a 5, put up a 9, put up a 9. If you feel like I'm saying something all this time I've been talking, I've been trying to teach. I know I've said a lot. If you feel like what I'm saying is useful to you, that you can use to teach your family or whatever, help you financially, put up a 9. I can just go get something to eat and say, well, okay, thank you very much. Bye. I'll go, thank you for listening. Okay, thank you so much. Put up a 9 if you feel like what I'm saying is useful. Something I'm saying is useful. I'd just like to know if it's making any sense to you. Will Buzzard. So you got tons of people here, and you're the only person that this is making sense to. Okay, all right. All right, I see. All right. Okay, all right. 99999. Okay, we got Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, and the Zoom. Right? Probably got 1,000 people on here or more watching this. All right? Okay, all right. Okay. Now that means I can continue teaching because you're actually understanding what I'm saying, right? Okay. All right, so there's this thing called seasoned age shelf corporations because banks don't like rookies. They don't want you to be that person with that drill with no experience, drilling in and going through wires and drilling in pipes and busting water pipes behind the wall. They want to know you have experience. Make sense? So when you buy an age corporation, they have these things called seasoned age shelf corporations. Seasoned age shelf corporations. All right. So what I want you to do is I want you to understand that these seasoned age shelf corporations save you years and years so that you can go get the money. A lot of people come on, they say, well, Mr. Whitehead, I don't have an age company. I don't have a company that's 3 years old. Right? Well, I got news for you. A lot of the wealthy people, they get seasoned age shelf corporations. And what that means is a season and age means it's old and it has age. That's all it means. And a lot of times they're like wine. Corporations are like wine. So if you go in and get one of these age corporations, right, you can buy these online. Seasoned age shelf corporations. Why would anybody wait around 3 years before they start going to get some of this money like all the rich people do? Right? Why would anybody do that? Because they don't know that they can buy an age corporation. Now, some people say, well, Mr. Whitehead, is that legal? Is that legal? We don't do anything illegal because the legal is so good, it feels illegal. Right? If you know what you're doing, you be like, this is too good. Legally. So, if you get yourself a seasoned age shelf corporation, that's the same thing as buying buying a restaurant. You buy an old restaurant, isn't that legal? You buy yourself an old car dealership, isn't that legal? You buy yourself a shoe store that's been around already. It has age and it's legal.
Everyone dies. I just speed things up.
Well, that's the same thing here. You can buy yourself an age company. And I would say to everybody, once you get yourself some money, know what you want to do with it. So I want to ask everybody out there, number one, if you had some good money, how many people know what they're going to do with the money? You have a micro? That's $1.5 million. that you don't have to worry about money. That's your micro goal. What is your $1 billion idea? What's your $1 million idea? And what's your $1 billion idea? So let's start. This is audience participation. How much people, how many people know in 2 words? What is your micro? I want everybody to put on here, what is it that you're going to do with the money? Because I'm not going to teach you all this, and you go out here and don't know what I'm going to do with the money. Then they're going to take it all back. Then your credit going to go bad. We're not here for that. What is your micro, $1.5 million idea that you're going to do with the money? Let's see it. Okay, real estate. All right. Shahendra, real estate. Okay. Acosta. Okay. Glenn, turnkey. Okay, there you go, turnkey. Apartment building. Nice. Invest. More assets. Multiple apps.
The words on their tombstones.
Don't give up.
My new mantras.
Cryogenics. Okay, lending, real estate, fund manager. Woo. Okay, up here, okay, corporations, all right, plumbing. Great, trucking schools, training. These are some good ones. These are some good ones.
Don't waste the anger.
Okay, private lending. Oh, no, you didn't. No, who said that? Henry Genova, what's that? Aviation? Right? Plain old financial advisor. Yes, capital, venture capital. Y'all coming strong today. Y'all coming hard, right? Okay, billionaire IG. I have my products in hundreds. Okay, Coach Katia. Okay, Business Accelerator Director. Wow, y'all coming hard. Mobile EV charging. You know that's a lot of good money in that. Bitcoin shares. Okay, if you understand it. Nursing homes. Wow. So y'all surprising me today. A lot of people say, I don't know what I'm going to do with the money. This is surprising. Gold and silver, clothing design. Okay. Who is this? Seep host, Mark Seep. Real estate, car rentals, trash business. Wow. Clothing design, recycling center. Excellent. So you guys are on top of it. Okay, so that's your micro. Thank you for that. Now, that's your $1.5 million, $1.5 million, so that you don't have to worry about money. Tax deeds. Ooh. Okay, now, what is it? If you didn't think about it, just say I didn't think about it. But what is your macro? Your macro is your $1 billion idea. What's your $1 billion idea? Put up in 2 words. Your $1 billion idea, your macro. Okay, start. Somebody said building a real estate city. Richard. Land and notes. Man, you guys are good. Elon Musk says someone needs to learn how to recycle lithium. He's right. Batteries. Okay, banking, land and food. You guys are off the chain. I might have to go into business with some of y'all. Let's see. Pet memorial service, finance and teaching. Yeah, that's a great business. That is a great business. People love their pets. Okay, parking lots. These are some great ideas. Billionaire idea, energy. Hopefully green energy, right?
First blood.
Oil and gas. Where are you guys coming from today? I mean, this is dump trucks. Boom. Dump trucks. Storage. Funeral homes. You know, I helped a person out here build a cremation service.
I work alone.
Make millions of dollars now. One of my mentees, I helped build a cremation service out in California. Beautiful. Virtual and memorial. Don't give up. Okay.
An ally has been slain.
Yes. Somebody said pet cemeteries. There's a lady on here.
Skill and
her name is Nikki. So you're talking about pet cemeteries? So that must be a great idea. NASA mechanic. What? Wow. They'll stay at my real estate. Okay. A sphere theater. Sphere. Drug rehab. Man, you guys are off the chain. You may have to talk about some of this. AI energy. AI energy. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Let him see me.
Unbelievable.
They can't stop me.
Okay, so if you did not think about your micro and your macro, I want you to first think about if you had $100,000, which you can get easily, $200,000, that's so easy with a corporation. It's unbelievable, right? Now, if you had $200,000, I want you to consider, number one, government contracts. I want you to sign up with sam.gov, sam.gov, and I want you to get something that's called a cage code. A cage code. And I want you to go in and get some of those government contracts. The government is the biggest spender in the world, in the United States. In the United States. The government. Not Elon Musk, not Amazon, not the government is the biggest spender. So in order to get yourself rolling with $150,000, $200,000, you can bid. One of my pupils, right? One of my mentees, they went in and they got a contract. She listened to everything I said, and then her and her partner, they went into LA and they got a government contract changing the light bulbs from one federal building and to a couple of federal buildings, and that was a $150,000 contract. So they went in and they hired somebody to do the job, change them from regular light bulbs to the saving light bulbs, the energy savers. Now watch this. They went in and got the contract. They hired somebody and paid them $50,000, and they kept the $100,000.
An enemy has been slain. Order filled.
Government contract. I had another pupil, and I could bring them on at any time. I had another mentee. She did everything I said, and she again got a friend of hers. They got together, and they went into San Diego, Oceanside, to the military base. And they went in and got a contract with the military base for $5 million. The first contract. And guess what? I took her out shooting on my ranch. She came down to do the contract, right? But I was down here in San Diego. I have an office down in San Diego. She said, Mr. Whitehead, I'm down here. I got this contract. I got the contract. I said, really? I said, well, let's meet up. So I took her out to eat. I took them shooting on my ranch, and now I put that on the internet.
Everyone dies.
I put that on the internet.
Speed things up.
So you can see that. right? So, you know, a $5 million contract, you know what she was doing? Do you know what she was doing? They got a contract just to document everything that the military needs. $5 million.
Has been slain.
To document what the government needs for 2 years. Excuse me. Now they hire somebody to go to there and document it. $5 million.
No more meditation or masters.
Thank you. Thank you. One other mentee.
Double time.
He came in, listened to everything I said, signed it with sam.gov, got your cage code so that he can go in. Thank you. So he can go in and get the government contracts. You need a cage code. Now, if you're a minority, they got set asides for you. If you are a female and a minority, they got double set asides. So get some of that money. One of my mentees went into LA. They were paying $180,000 to move furniture from one federal building. Yes, they got veterans set aside also. So they paid them $180,000 contract. You go in and they pay that person to move furniture from one federal building, you know, furniture, chairs, and desks, and things like that. Move the furniture from one government building across the street to the other government building.
Your turret has been destroyed.
It's the cause.
$180,000. He paid somebody, a moving company, $80,000. And they did it in a month, and he made $100,000 doing no work. None of these people are doing any work. They get the contract and they hire people to do the work, and they get paid. Now, if you got $180,000, $200,000 in credit cards, that ain't a lot of money.
Tombstones will be mine.
But guess what? That's enough money for you to secure a $180,000 contract and enough to pay the bill. Because the government pays you in 30 to 45 days, so you have to pay the people to do the work, and then the government will, for sure, they will send you your money and will wire your money in 30 to 45 days. So that's what you use that little bit of money for. Secure some of these government contracts. Now, we're gonna train on this. We're going to train on this because I noticed a lot of people don't know what to do with that $150,000, $200,000 in credit cards. Now, not only can we go in and train you on how to get the SIC code, how to get the cage code, but we also have a person that will write the grant, that will write the bids for you.
Magic.
So you don't know what to do with the money once you get it. That is a great start. The government is the biggest spender in the United States. So let's talk about first, let's go get some money so you can start doing this. There's a lot of things that you can do. You can do real estate. We have a real estate division. You got people in there doing $800,000, $800 million deals. Y'all know I'm not playing, right? $800 million, $500 million. How would you like to be in on conversations with people that are doing $800 million deals? We have that available. We have that available. Some people don't know nothing about real estate, and you got people in there talking about notes, talking about sub two, talking about new builds, talking about rehabbing, talking about apartment complexes.
Wishing, bro, they gonna
actually doing the deals, and you're in there with them learning this stuff. Who is going to give you that information? Nowhere. Nowhere. So now you have to first have a company.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay? And if you get a baby company, you're not going to get the money.
An enemy is unstoppable.
So they have these things called season age corporations. They age them so you don't have to wait 3 years. And this is a great business too. Everything I'm teaching you, you can do as a business. Okay, so you go in, buy your corporate, you can go online and buy them. Now, some people say, how much do these cost, Mr. Whitehead? Well, I've seen these things go for $20,000, $25,000. But look at all you can do with a C corporation. Oh, and you don't have to wait around. And getting $200,000, $300,000 is baby money plus credit cards. I'm not talking about the next levels and the next levels that we can help you do. You first need a good corporation. So a lot of people, how much do they cost, Mr. Whitehead? How much do they cost? I've seen these things go for about $20,000, $25,000. Go research it and say, why would they charge so much money? I can get one of these for $2,500, Mr. Whitehead. Sure. Well, you get what you pay for. I would borrow $20,000 to get myself going, and these government contracts, they're sitting there, and you're not getting none of them. You just have to have the money to sustain it while the government pays you 30 to 45 days.
Enemy rampage.
That's why you got to have the money there, right? So, after you do that, your company looks so good with this money flowing through, government contracts. Once you do one, now you do two, then you do four. So, the thing is to go in and get your C corporation and make sure that it's properly built so you can easily get the credit card. Then after that, you do loans. Okay, so I would borrow $20,000. If you try to go get one of those corporations online, and I'm telling you, if you don't need us, you can go get them. If you try to go get one right now, you will probably find, or I'll get it in the morning, you'll find that they're already gone. Because that's how rich people do. They go and get a bunch of corporations, and then they fund them, and they go do their project. That's how they're doing it. You're wondering, how are they getting these money? I remember, before I knew this stuff, I used to sit down and say, how are they getting this money? And I was fortunate enough to have somebody teach me. Every step of the way, I had somebody come my way and teach me. But I had to wait 30 years of one person come along, and then another person 5 years later come along, and then somebody 2 years come along, and I'm giving it to you right now. Here, 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 and here. I would, man, let me hold $20,000, man. I'll give you back a $25,000 credit card. Take the $5,000, go do what you need to do. And I still got $100,000, $150,000, $200,000 worth of credit to go do my thing. And I put enough money aside so I can pay the bill for a year while I go work these contracts. Go do my real estate, whatever you want to do. But there's ways to make that money. There's ways to make that money. So, a lot of people say, well, Mr. Whitehead, you know, that's a lot of money. I would borrow that to go get $20,000 from, put it on a credit card. I would go, if I could give somebody $20,000, they give me back $100,000.
Welcome to.
Are you serious? $50,000. Here's 20, and you give me back 50.
The cause.
With the credit cards, you get the corporation built right. You're gonna get, you know. Come on, seriously? Right? And that's not even loans. That's just credit cards. So that's the easiest thing to get. But some people say, well, what's the difference? We sell them. I think $20,000, $25,000 is a bit much. It's too much money. I think that's too much. We don't sell them for that. But I'm giving you the info. You don't need us. You can go in and research this stuff and get busy. Get busy. Why is everybody else out here getting these government contracts and getting rich, and you're not? And not even working, sitting at home and hiring somebody. Because you didn't know, right? Now, some people say, well, what's the difference in you and them, Mr. Whitehead? I'll tell you the difference in us and them. $2,500, I can buy these. Well, you get what you pay for. But do you know a corporation has to have data points? Now you go in and get the corporation, they say, here's your corp, goodbye, and you got to go figure all this stuff out. Well, with us, we go in and put in the data points. We go in and make sure you have 3 people, not one person looking stupid on your corporation because you answering the phones, you doing sweeping the floors, you doing everything. No, we put 3 people on, 3 people, 5 people, 7 people, whatever the state requires. What about your Dun & Bradstreet? Dun & Bradstreet is not money. You got 5 bureaus: Experian, Equifax, Small Business Financial Exchange, Dun & Bradstreet, and PayNet. If you want PayNet, that's for getting cars and trucks and equipment and furniture for your company. You want money first. So Dun & Bradstreet is merchant accounts where you go in and go, you can't spend the money, but you can use it in the store.
Speed things up.
Quill, Euroline, Costco. You want money. So do you really want to sign up with Dun & Bradstreet? I don't think so. What about Small Business Financial Exchange, SBFA? Small Business Financial Exchange, FBFE. That's where you get installment lines of money. They're going to check them to see if to give you money. That's who you want. Small Business Financial Exchange, not Dun & Bradstreet.
They're smart.
Okay, what about Equifax? Who cares about Equifax business? You want Experian. That's how you get your credit cards. If you know what to do, you get the money. So you want Experian. So you want Experian and Small Business Financial Exchange. Because we want money. We're capitalists. After we get the money, then we'll start working on the other stuff, right? But get your thing going where you got money coming in. So these are data points. What about a registered agent? If you don't have a registered agent on your company, you look silly. How many people don't have one, or you're the registered agent? The bank will say, rookie, because a registered agent is there to make sure you get your important mail. And if you're the registered agent, you look silly. You need a separate company, a registered agent. We supply you with one.
Let's have some fun.
For free, along with the company. What about registering with Experian, not Dun & Bradstreet? If you register with Experian, they will push you through all the other 5 bureaus rapidly for $189. And if you upload your information, they won't ask you for no more than you give them. If you register with Dun & Bradstreet, they may ask you for financials, they may ask you for other things, and if you don't comply, they will put it in the system. Did not comply. That don't look good. So do you really want to sign up with Experian or Dun & Bradstreet? And Dun & Bradstreet is going to take their time moving you through the 5 bureaus. What about a trade line? If you don't have a trade line today, you're not getting the money. Banks are changing. So we teach you how to go to NAV, right? I'm telling you right now, I'm not gatekeeping. But we show you how to go to NAV and pay $1,000 and get yourself at least a $10,000 trade line. So you'll have an 80 paydex, not a 60. The bank wants to see an 80 paydex. That's why you don't get the money, because you don't know what to do. We put all this stuff in and teach you this stuff. Database. That's the difference in us and them.
I work alone.
Big white boy there.
Okay. Now, for those of you, we're going to go to question and answers. A lot of times people ask me, they say, Mr. White, can you help me? Can you help me? I say, I'm going to question and answers, and I'm teaching you what to do. You don't need us still. They just get on the phones as soon as this is over. Mr. Whitehead, can you help me? Can you help me? Can you help me? Right? So, for those of you that want us to help you, you don't need us. You call 424-543-7522. There's people waiting for you right now, and if you call them now, I got a treat for you. If you call them now, right, I'm going to throw in a week of that free real estate where you're dealing in millions and billionaires in there teaching and doing these deals, and you're watching it, learning it. You got to have real estate. I'm going to throw that in there. And then if they don't answer the phone right away because they're busy, then you tell them, Mr. Whitehead said, give me a discount because you didn't answer the phone. Mr. Whitehead said so. All right. So 424-543-7522. 424 or economicmasonry.com. We don't have a second number. There's a lot of people acting like me. Just go put in Derek Whitehead, 500 people acting like me. Just on Instagram. Never mind TikTok. Acting like me, stealing all my stuff and acting like they're me. Don't fall for it. 424-543-7522. If you believe I'm saying, or economicmasonry.com. If you feel like there's something I'm showing you or teaching you that makes sense, dial the number. Don't hold yourself back, and you don't need us. But if you want help with it, or there's many ways to get into this program, you ask these people, call them and say, Mr. Whitehead said there's many ways to get into this program where I can get my court, get my credit, get my registered agents, get my if you don't have 40 hits on your website, the bank can tell, and you're not going to get much money. They will go to who is and look it up. Who is? That's the difference in us and them. And I'm giving you the info. I think we may have a guest. Do we have a guest here?
Let them see me. They can't see.
Yes, Mr. Whitehead. I'm going to introduce. Hey, everybody, this is Levita. Let's raise the roof. Let's give it up for our mentor. Was he on fire, guys? Put it in the chat. And if you're on Instagram, all social media, TikTok, Facebook, LinkedIn, you need to put hearts, subscribe. Let's show some support for our mentor and our teacher, Mr. Derek Whitehead. Give it up. Put some claps, hearts, whatever, prayer hands, give it up, blow it out the park. We are going to be announcing a special guest. Mr. Whitehead is going to be doing a special event. It's called the Madison's Biggest Summer Event, okay? And the flyer is up there. We've got Jay Leno. Oh my gosh, Tyrese, what? You guys have to come check it out. It's June 27th, okay? We're going to put the links. It will be on the website. So if you're on social media, all our moderators, please put the link out now. And we have a Michael Johnson, okay? And Mr. Whitehead, you were on fire tonight. Give it up for our mentor. He is wild and he is giving out those gems. I said you are the gemologist of all gemologists, right? Just giving the rubies and the pearls and the diamonds, and we are impressed and we are so grateful for you. So let's give it up for Michael. Are you there?
I'm here. I'm here. Can you see me? Hear me?
Okay.
Can't see you. Is there any way you can open your mic and open your video, your visual?
Yeah, he's gonna play that right now. Rochelle, take it away.
Okay, so who's going to show
and
you all
let's see
this?
Your camera,
right? Now we have TikTok, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. We have the Zoom. We have probably 1,800 people here watching. So I want you guys to pay attention and thank you so much, brother, for coming on. You know, Tyrese lives up the street from me in Duluth. Tyrese and what's his name? Don't go change. Billy, what's his name?
Billy Joel.
Billy Joel lives over across the street on the other side of the mountain from me. So we're happy to have Mr. Michael Johnson here, and who's going to show you how to take companies public, who's going to show you how to go in and take your company as a scratch pubco, how to build your corporation from the ground all the way up. Nobody, us. And who's going to come on here and have Michael Johnson? Do you know who this brother is? He's doing a very, very special cause. A very special cause. You know, have you heard of the Boys and Girls Club? Do you know why you would have a Derek Whitehead, or you know who teaches Catino Mobley and all these famous people, right? You know why I want to be around him? Is because he's doing something very honorable. You guys know I teach you, teach your children. Teach your children. And if you have, you know why a Jay Leno or why a Tyrese or a Derek Whitehead would be there and want to be around him? Well, brother, will you tell them what you're doing and what cause you're working with?
Well, let me first say, Derek, it's an honor to be on your program. I've been, following you for years. I'm Michael Johnson. I'm the president and CEO of Boys and Girls Clubs of Dane County in Madison, Wisconsin. I've been the CEO for 17 years. I'm an author. I recently wrote a book called The Audacity to Lead, From the Projects to the C-Suite. I grew up in one of the toughest public housing developments on the west side of Chicago, in a neighborhood that was pretty much embedded with gangs, drugs, and prostitution. And over the last decade and a half, I've raised over $250 million to support kids in Philadelphia, Madison, Wisconsin, and Chicago, and St. Louis, Georgia, and helping kids all over the country with different projects. We just built the building that I'm in right now. We're the first Boys and Girls Club in the country to build a youth workforce center, teaching kids about entrepreneurship, financial literacy, teaching them how to become plumbers, carpenters, electricians. We run the largest college preparatory program in the state, helping Black and brown kids graduate from high school. I've had a 100% graduation rate this year, with all 231 of my kids announcing what colleges and universities that they're going to. I have over 1,000 kids in 25 different states that's in college right now. I'm starting to see some of my kids become Hollywood stars, medical doctors, and developers. Somebody who could not read, who could not write, grew up in one of the toughest public housing developments in the country. Went and got all of my degrees in business from Chicago State University, from Harvard Business School, from the University of Michigan to Cornell University, to now being one of the top Boys and Girls Club fundraisers in the country. So when I hear you talk about financial literacy, it is something that Black families and all families need to learn about. It is something that I think our community has struggled with a very, very long time. It's something that we have embedded in our work here at Boys and Girls Clubs, making sure that kids understand the power of an asset versus a liability, or compound interest, or how to put together a business plan, or understanding the stock market or the 401ks. These are things that you don't see happening in urban schools, and we're trying to do that right here in Madison, Wisconsin.
Oh my goodness. Did you guys hear that? Did you hear the accolades of this brother? And he's going in, and what is he doing? He's looking and helping our youth. Our youth is the future. And you guys know, I start out and I finish up with teach your children. Because do you know, they say that we are going to be the first society that will leave nothing to our children. So we're going to have to change that. Okay? We're not looking at them doing it. She's doing it. He'll do it. But we do it. We'll do it. And we have to make sure that we are from the show me state, because people are not going to follow you unless you start doing something. So if you're going to go in, you may want to get this brother's number. You may want to see, how can I help you? How can I help you? Even if it's with a donation or a dollar. Or even if it's with, I'm not pastor plate, but I'm just saying, go in and get yourself going, teach your children, and see how you can help people. If you don't want to help, try to help somebody that's helping. Now, we're going to have, this is going to be June 27th, right, brother? This is, where is this going to be?
Yeah, so Derek, we do this event every year. There's years we've had, last year we had Island Iverson, the year before that we had Gladys Knight and Drew Hill. This year we got a crazy lineup. One, we got you coming, so really excited about you pulling up in your white Bentley, I heard, to our white party. It's going to be in Madison, Wisconsin on June 27th. Jay Leno is going to be doing 30 minutes of comedy. We got Tyrese that's going to come and sing to the ladies and the gentlemen at this event. We got DJ Spinderella. People remember her. She was with a group called Salt and Pepper, and her husband does these comedy shows all over the country. They're going to be joining us. And then I'm a West Sider, from Chicago, so I had to bring some Chicago flavor to this event. So I got this group called Crucial Conflict. They're coming. Do or Die. This guy named Woody McClain, who played Bobby Brown in the BET movie. He's coming out. I got Jamal Willard coming. He played Biggie Smalls in that movie. And then I got Benzino, and then we'll be making another really big announcement, next week. Our goal is to raise $700,000. We're at $577,000 as of tonight. And every year, I take the goal up by 50 to 75,000 to make sure that we not only hit our goal, but we exceed all expectations for our kids, and we give people this amazing experience. So when you come to our white party, it is the best. Our VIP is already sold out. It's sold out within a matter of 30 days. It's a phenomenal event that we get people from all over the country, from California, from Washington, D.C., to Philadelphia to Chicago to Florida coming to this event because people know the local media from Madison Magazine has named it the #1 A-listed event in Madison, Wisconsin, because we bring celebrities, community leaders, philanthropy, and raise resources to make sure that our babies get what they need. A lot of people don't know this in Madison, Wisconsin. In Wisconsin in general, we have the largest racial achievement gap in the country. And we want to do something about that. Our black and brown kids should not only be graduating from high school, they should be going to college, and they should be going right into family-sustaining wages and making a good living for their family. We lock up more black men than any state in the country, and we want to change those statistics. And we also have the largest home ownership gap in the United States. So we do this Pay It Forward campaign. If you follow me, every year I raise a couple $100,000. One year we bought a $500,000 house for a local maintenance guy. We go out and give $2,000-3,000 tips to. We get stories from the community, and we raise this money online. I utilize I don't have as many followers as you, Mr. Whitehead, but I got about 30 or 40,000 followers. And within when Thanksgiving ends, we work 30 straight days. And when I was a kid growing up in the projects in Chicago, I did not like Christmas because my mother couldn't afford to purchase or to give me things. She was a single mom. She was schizophrenia. And I told God if I ever was put in a position, I would work every Christmas to make sure that kids have what they need. So for 17 years, I worked from Thanksgiving Day to Christmas, helping to put people in homes, buying brand new cars for families in need, giving Christmas toys to families who need it, paying light bills, and people who just need a hand up. And so when you do things like that, I've learned that when you utilize your life to change the lives of other people, God will not only bless you, but God will put people in your pathway to allow you to continue to do great things. And that's why we're one of the fastest growing boys and girls clubs in the country. That's why we're getting the type of results that we're getting for black and brown kids, because we're not going at this work alone. We're leveraging celebrities, philanthropists, community leaders, and I have friends who are millionaires, billionaires, but friends who are gangsters, friends who got GEDs, and people who I can connect with and build bridges to wrap resources around our kids. And then finally, Mr. Whitehead, part of this event, and which I gotta get you here. I'm bringing in the owner of the Chicago Bulls and the Chicago White Sox. He's been owning both major league teams for over 20 years, and I'm bringing him to Madison, Wisconsin to do a master class on wealth building, credit recovery, but also to talk about leadership. And I'm also bringing in Monique Itley, who was married to Timberland, who was recently on a show called How to Become a Billionaire, and she's a black woman, and she is also owns the largest venture capital fund in the United States. So I want to be able to connect these people with folks with resources to the everyday single mom or the mom and dad who are underemployed and need to learn these types of things, to introduce them to people like you, Derek, who has a wealth of knowledge around financial literacy. Our families, not only in Wisconsin, but throughout the country, need to be connected to that wealth of knowledge that you all have.
That is amazing. That is amazing. Well, any way I can help, brother, I'm there. Any way I can help.
Well, man, we're honored you coming. On the 27th, it's going to be an amazing night, and for your viewers that's tuning in, it is an evening that everybody look for, and it's all about the kids. You know, sometimes people. The other thing I'm excited about, Derek, when you get here, I'll show this to you. We built the first statue when George Floyd was killed. And there was protests in the city. There was a group of young activists who were crying out for help. And at first they were upset with me because we ended up raising some money to, to hire these peacekeepers, and people wanted me fired for doing that. And I went down there, and one of the things they shared with me was that there was no representation of Black people at our state capitol. And so if you look up a woman by the name of Vale Phillips was the first woman in the United States to be elected to a statewide office. She was the first woman in the United States who happened to be Black when appointed by John F. Kennedy to be appointed to a national political committee. We raised close to $1 million, got the legislature to approve my recommendation, and 3 years later, we built the first statue in the United States of a singular statue of a Black woman outside of the state capitol. And last year, we shut down our state capitol, and I threw a big white party in the State House, and we opened it up with Too Short, Blow the Whistle. Imagine that.
Boy, have we come a long ways.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We can express ourselves today. That is amazing, brother. That is amazing. So, are people able to still get tickets?
Yeah, I want to encourage people, our website is, if you want to see the Forerunner show, the website is www.bgcdc, so that's Boy Girl Club, DC as in Dane County, .org /White Party. You'll see all the celebrity guests, you'll see the runner show, you'll see the local, regional, and the national talent that's going to be at this event. And this is truly a party with a purpose. This is something we will do next year and every year thereon. Next year, I'm going to host this event probably at a stadium, because every year it gets bigger and bigger. So I'm thinking about holding it at the Milwaukee Bucks stadium, because the event is so popular, and we now have celebrities around the country that reach out to us, wanting to be a part of this event. And I one day, I can see this being a $5 to $10 million fundraiser every year. And my goal is to make sure that I'm 50 now. When it's time for me to lead this role, I want to see a $150 million endowment, like you see with universities, that's going to continue to help kids not only in Wisconsin, but across the country. I'm one of these CEOs that when things happen in other cities, if you do a simple Google search, when there were hurricanes in Texas, I went down there with volunteers and boats and rescued people out of their homes and brought them back to Chicago and Wisconsin. And Joplin, Missouri, when there was tornadoes there, we got there before the National Guard. The volunteers cutting down trees and taking water and financial resources to people. When Michael Brown was killed in St. Louis, the Urban League of the Mayor called our office and asked that we would raise money to support that family, and we helped to put Michael Brown's siblings in college and getting tuition money for them. When Ahmaud Avery was killed in Brunswick, Georgia, we did the same thing for his sister, bringing his mom on a town hall meeting with kids from Chicago and Wisconsin and Georgia to talk about what happened and helping to put his sister through grad school. So I try to, just like you, Mr. Whitehead, to leverage social media to ask people to give of their time, their talent, and their treasure to give back to the community. And that's how I lived my life for the last 25 years. That's how I live it until the day I take my last breath. And I'm just thankful to be in this role, a kid who once could read, couldn't write, used to run the streets, and now, look at me now. And I would tell you, part of my success as a CEO is that I became financially independent, financially and business astute. I once owned a business, and years ago in the 1990s, I sued the university that I went to back in Minnesota when coaches played a Ku Klux Klan joke on me, and I won a settlement. At 19 years old, I came home and pretty much blew through almost $1 million in 6 months. But I was not financially literate. I didn't know anything about the stock market. I gave money away. I invested in poor businesses. I then went and opened up a restaurant and went through that money like it was nothing. And when that happened to me, I vowed to myself. I married a black woman who's a scientist, who was really good in math, and she tutored me. When I couldn't read and write, I went to Malcolm X College, and it took me 2.5 years to get my associate's degree. Then I got my 28 years of what they call preparatory courses. Then almost 4 years to get my associate's degree. And then once I got that foundation, I wanted all my degrees in business, because you cannot run a multi-million-dollar organization if you don't have good financial principles, if you don't understand how to manage financial resources, raise money, and also understand P&L. And so, but also, I've learned, I married a woman, and when I got married, she said, before we date, I got to run your credit if we get married. I got to do a blood work on you. And I was somebody who had a 400 credit score when I met my wife. And we got married 23 years ago. Now, some men might laugh at me. I have not had a paycheck in 23 years because my wife managed and paid all of our resources, but I have an 800 plus credit score. And I can go in and get anything that I want. And I'm thankful that I have a spouse and a teammate that work with me to make sure that if we're going to help empower young people, we also got to make sure that we're taking care of our business at home. And a lot of marriages fail because of financial stress. And so I love what you're doing, Mr. Whitehead. I love that you're educating people around finances. I listened to you for 2 hours before I came on. And I was washing dishes, I was washing clothes, had my headphones on. And I said, let me run to the office real quick. And you are educating thousands and thousands of people. So it's a real honor to have you coming to Wisconsin. I'm looking forward to meeting with you and also letting you see the state-of-the-art facility that we built. It is so popular that when we built this facility, we raised $30-some million in 14 months. They're now replicating this in 22 other cities across America, and we were the first ones to do it. And it was the easiest money to raise because most people want to see kids learn about entrepreneurship, financial literacy, because a lot of schools are no longer doing that work. So I apologize for talking so much, but I wanted to just give you my perspective.
That's fine, brother. It's okay to talk when they're saying something. Okay, I talk a long time myself, but I try to make sure I'm actually saying something, okay, and not blowing smoke. And brother, you are the level of what people want to rise to, right? It's very important to take care of home. It's very important to have a good credit score, and it's very important to grow. But the biggest thing is we're not put here for nothing. An orange tree is made to make oranges. An apple tree is made to make apples. We have to figure out what are we here for.
Everyone's gonna be.
And one of the biggest blessings in the world is to figure out, I think I know what I'm here for. And everybody is here for a reason. For a reason. Everybody. You may say, well, I don't know, I just had kids. You may be here to make a child that's going to be the next president. You may be here to have a child that's going to have a child that's going to save a whole city, a a continent. Or maybe you're here to have a child that's going to help thousands and thousands of children, like the Boys and Girls Club. So you never know why you're here. You never know why you're here, but you have to.
That's right. You might want to share one more point.
Yes, sir. Please, by all means.
So one of the things I was just sitting here thinking about today, there was a group of millionaires from across the country that came to our city, and I was asked to give the closing keynote speech at this event. So I have this book, and it's called The Audacity to Lead, from the projects to the C-suite. And it's pretty much a leadership book on the 7 lessons of love, family, and turning adversity into impact. And I always, honor my wife as a picture, of me and my wife, because part of going through this journey is having a spouse that walks side by side with you in this walk. And one of the things I talk about is putting yourself in uncomfortable rooms. And so I remember about 4 years ago, someone had asked me to join this leadership program at Harvard Business School. And while I was excited about it, I wasn't really motivated, to go. But it ended up being one of the best things that ever happened to me.
An enemy has been slain.
Flowers were meant to be sipped to be truly appreciated. Tonight we're making a floral infusion of lavender, rose, and cardamom. Florals in spring? I know. Groundbreaking. But it's perfect for adding a little complexity to your morning latte, or a beautiful botanical topping for your smoothie or granola bowls. Let's get our ingredients. To make our secret garden syrup, you're going to need 1 cup of water, 5 to 10 cardamom pods, half a cup of lavender.
35 years. The big question in my mind is the information and the data and the videos and the evidence that we know exists, will they even get access to that, right? And if so, how? I think it's going to be a more arduous process than people think.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Well, there's some other stuff that got released. There's the orb and football-shaped object videos.
Right.
These white objects over Syria and the Indo-Pacific.
Right.
And orbs launching other orbs was part of this report. What's that all about?
Well, we've seen that. We do our CE5 contact, Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind contact, and we've seen exactly that hundreds of times over the last couple decades. And there are 2 types of spheres or orbs being seen. There are the ones that are man-made, which are kind of knockoffs of the extraterrestrial ones. And then there's the non-human ones. So the first question in everyone's mind needs to be, was that ours or extraterrestrial non-human? And that question, unfortunately, isn't being asked by a lot of people yet, because everyone's about 70 years behind the technology curve of what Lockheed Skunk Works is sitting on and these other big prime contractors. And I think this is where we're going to have to really drill down on putting the Constitution back in place and getting members of Congress as well as the executive branch and president properly in the system. But yeah, so those orbs, if you look at some of the expeditions we've been on, even last year, we were in Arizona and we were out and there were several hundred of those that we filmed doing that and sort of replicating and just materializing in the sky and vanishing. Pretty amazing. So, we have been observing this for a long time, and I know that covert programs have. What I do say to people, you'll also see that Congressman Burleson, about 9 months ago, released a video of a Hellfire missile closing in on an orb. and it was, 3D spherical, and it just sort of bounced off of it and melted. I mean, and the orb kept going. What very few people know, that was one of ours. That was not extraterrestrial. So that was a friendly fire because the mainstream military, which has been often called Team Blue, the regular legal military of the United States, really is not read into these Team Black programs. And so the left hand doesn't even know the right hand exists, right? So this is another complicating factor that operationally military folks have come to me over the many years and said, look, we know this is going on, but we don't have access. And this is why when I briefed the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, which is like the CIA for all military intelligence, he said, Doc, I've made inquiries through chain of command. I can't get anything. I said, no, because they don't trust you. They know you're an honest guy and you won't blow the whistle on this criminal operation. So this is what people need to begin to visualize. The secrecy around UFOs is the largest RICO, right? Racketeering Influence Corrupt Organization on the planet. It would put the Gambinos to shame. And it is just how it's run. It's run like a bunch of thugs and mafia. And they really have so much power and technology, they just sort of flip off the president and Congress whenever they want to. Now that's changing. Here's why it's changing. Because we have blown the whistle and provided enough evidence to law enforcement and also to key members of Congress, Senate Intelligence, White House, that they've been able to get in through back doors. And I have a team of investigators who are former military, who are out there bumping places and getting evidence and shooting it over. So the sausage making here, I'm not going to go into too much because it's sensitive, and I don't want to blow anyone's cover. But that's really how they're getting inside. And I think that this is why a civilian operation like ours has to sort of backstop the usual nonsense, or as a Delta Force guy told me, the normal fuckery that goes on in government.
Thanks, Mike.
See you next month.
So you can get these delivered? It's literally water.com. Your favorite water brands, on schedule, delivered right to your door. They even have 5-gallon bottles, too. Whoa, hey, buddy. Shin guards.
Got him.
Yeah, my me times and my tea times are few and far between these days.
Are you practicing your short game right now?
I sure am.
Quality water delivered right to your door. Primo Brands Customer Direct.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Minions have spawned.
All right, you guys have been asking for a long time. Rich, when are you going to paint the forklift? When? It's such a nice little TCM forklift. When are you going to give it the love that it deserves? And I was going to do it today. Today, I was going to give it an oil change. I was going to grease it. But then this box showed up. This box seems like it's way more fun than sanding down old paint and splashing paint on an old forklift. So, what's in the box? Let's get into it. Here we go. So a long time ago, one of these straps almost killed me. This was bent kind of like that, and I stepped on it with my foot, and it flung up, and I was in shorts working in construction, and it hit right on top of my boot, sliced me wide open right behind the leg. So I did what normal people do, and I wrapped it up, finished my coffee break, because we were on the way to coffee, got the guys going, went to the hospital, and they're like, that was very close to something very important down there, and that ended up one of the stitches that I've had. So now I try to clean those up right away. If you're on a job site, clean those up. Hey, you guys might be asking, what am I doing with the 6-in-1 CNC laser? A lot more of you are asking, why does it take so long to do your project? And this is going to help with that immensely. Little brackets, engine mounts, cross members. So am I going to look like a guy that knows how to program or on a computer or just 3D printing? But because I've been working on my ankle, I've also been stuck in bed for a while. And because I'm stuck in bed, I was looking into a whole bunch of videos on how to do some simple programming. I'm going to get some help, obviously. But I'm so excited about this thing. All right, we got the machine unboxed, and it's going good. I've got my pile of parts here that I'm going to assemble. I have my YouTube video of the machine getting wired up and hooked up, so I can follow what's going on. And then I hired John, who is waiting for Peter to just get the software going at the same time. So really easy. Got a QR code that comes with it. That takes you to the videos, dongle that you plug in, and so far so good?
Yeah, so we already got the software set up. It comes with a profile for the machine, and even has some pretty basic drawing tools. So if you just you want to cut a little square, instead of bothering with the CAD software, you can just draw it in here and then have a part done like that. But it also has all kinds of crazy settings and stuff that we'll get to play around with and use the full CAD software to get everything out of this machine. But so far, so good.
It'll take us all of today and probably more by the time we're all done, but I'm very excited. All right, we got the slats in there, and we're just going to add some water to the back. So we're using nice distilled water. We are about to wire this thing up. We ordered this guy up. It's a 220, 5,000 watt voltage regulator. It's out of 5,000 Pro. And all that does is make sure there's no fluctuations in the voltage, so everything stays nice and smooth. So I had to buy a couple plugs for the back of it. That is the 220. So basically, this unit and that unit gets plugged into the voltage regulator, and that's it. Now, the voltage regulator must be European because it's got this round plug on it, and that's no good. So we'll just toss that in the garbage. So I put my welded plug on it, and we should be good to plug in the rest of the cords and see if this thing will light up. Before that, though, I'm going to put some sand in here. So sand is something that's not flammable, so that when the laser goes through. There's a couple bags of sandblasting sand that got wet. Perfect for this. We'll just lay that down. Zero cost. And it all smooth and looks the same. It's perfect. All right, guys. Now, we're super excited about this G-Wiki 6-in-1. We got an old truck outside with a nice exhaust pipe. So we've got that welded to my fan that goes outside. So this is my little fab shop here. We've got a bandsaw, lathe, my welders, my TIG welder where Vince does all his stuff, and a belt sander. So we're trying to keep this area just for the fabricating. And then that fan, I highly recommend you guys put just a window fan in. Just turn that on, and you can feel the air come in from all the other gaps on the other shop, which takes all the fumes that grinder dust and shoves it outside. And we've already cut a piece, so we've got Lee here who's going to take us through that. But before we do that, this is an exciting part, is I feel confident that we can peel the sticker off. Okay, so I want to stress how beneficial this machine is for a shop like mine, because it's able to do all these different thicknesses up to 10 millimeter in mild carbon, and is able to do wood, plexiglass, laser etching, so we can cut out parts and then we can put like a serial number on it right away, or what the part is, and even etch it so that this is where the bend line is if we don't cut it. And then we're also able to remove the wand and do laser welding and laser rust removal as well. We can do carbon steel, and we can go all the way up to 10 millimeter, and it works with oxygen and nitrogen on one side, and you can get air as well, but you need a
have really good air dryer. You cannot have moisture in it, so if you have compressed air, you have a really good air dryer, you can use air. But, this little cheat sheet is awesome because it shows you exactly what the thickness is, what the speed has to be, what the nozzle is, and what gas you have to use to be able to cut them, because it does vary between carbon steel, stainless steel, aluminum, and copper. The most beneficial thing for us is to cut brackets.
Try to keep up.
You guys have seen me with grinders and welders, and we got Lee upstairs trying to design parts. All he hears is my grinders going, and it gets to you when you're sitting in the shop for 5 days and you're hearing this. But not only that, it's the dust that flies through the air as well. We got engines all over the shop, so that grinder dust just floats through the air. And the other end of the shop, I have my cabinets that I built, and I close the door with magnets, and all on the magnets is steel shaving. So that's going in your lungs, that's going on your tools, it's going inside your laptop. I tried having battery chargers in here, and they fry out, they burn out within a couple months because those steel shavings, the current goes in between there, so it's bad for electronics. So with this vented outside and it being closed, we can cut down on that so much. It's affordable too. These things were unattainable 5-10 years ago. Now this is extremely affordable.
So we've got everything here that came in the box. We have our little USB stick that has all of our software on it. We have our little blue license file, and we have our antenna. So I'm going to show you guys here on the laptop how to install it. First, you run this, just to make sure your C++ is working, and then you run the main app. You hit online mode, and you enter the password. Okay? And then it fires up, just like that. Here we have our laser program. Come over to the machine, turn the e-stop, turn the key on, stop, key, there. That lights up, that lights up. Our machine is ready to go.
Has destroyed a turret.
There's a little fan cycle.
Has destroyed a turret.
We're going to put our magnet over the door lock. That's what they tell you to do, so you can just watch it moving around. And then we're going to try moving it around here. So back to the laptop. We're going to hit restart and then reconnect. Currently, you say that, you say okay, okay. System will go to origin, okay. And then see now, the laser is going back to the origin. Perfect. It goes all the way to the front left. And so now we're connected. So you can see we can control it either here, we can zigzag it around, or we can use the remote. Same thing. Just like that. There. So you can see also, pretty cool, on the screen you can see the red X that shows you where the laser is as you move it around. And now we're going to go back to start. We're going to open a file. Here I had a little test I was doing the other day. Here, plop it in, scroll back to zoom out. You select it, and then drag it over to where your cutter is. Actually, I guess it's important that you put the laser on the part. So you jog it over like that. And for fine adjustment, you just move that.
Double kill.
Just like that. Nice. And then now we're going to go back to the software and put our part where we want to cut it. You can see the red.
Well, Trump just posted an AI picture of an alien in chains being walked with a bunch of military.
Yeah.
Is there any significance to this, or is he just trolling at this point?
Yeah, he tends to bring up serious things in a funny way to sort of troll it, but I heard last night from a senior member of Congress who was very upset by that, and it's a member of his own party, because he felt that he's going to step into the same mistake that the governor of Arizona made when he mocked the whole alien thing after the Phoenix Lights in 1993. If you look back in history at that event, I was there when that happened, by the way. It was right above me, and it was a CE5 contact. That's what the other thing people don't know. But So, and that governor since came out and apologized for ridiculing it that way, because later he realized it was all very real and very serious, and the implications were very serious. So I think that, but at the same time, the president likes to joke and likes to do outrageous things, and kind of also sort of get people's goat, and create controversy. It's something he enjoys doing. So I don't take it too seriously, but I did hear from a member of Congress last night who was less than amused by it. But I said, look, it's just par for the course with Mr. Trump. So.
Well, speaking of the president, the vice president, J.D. Vance, referred to aliens as demons, and you actually commented about this.
Yeah, he was on the Benny Johnson show. It's a podcaster out of Tampa who's good friends with the vice president. And I was on 1 week later and sort of explained how dangerous that comment is. The other problem is there are members of Congress, like Congresswoman Luna, that as soon as I briefed her years ago, was intercepted by some intelligence and military people who then filled her head with nonsense. And they said, they're not extraterrestrial, they're interdimensional, which is the stupidest comment ever. It's like saying an orange that you eat is round and someone else saying, no, it's orange. Well, it's round and it's orange and it's a fruit. It's all of the above. So what do I mean by that? What people are confusing is very advanced technology to a lower civilization, i.e. ours, is always going to look supernatural, magical, whatever. So, so let's put this in perspective for everyone listening. Let's go back to Thomas Jefferson. So my home is out in the country right near his home, Monticello. If you showed this thing, or what we're doing right now, remotely on an interview, to Thomas Jefferson, it would be supernatural, magical, which is what J.D. Vance said about UFOs. And if you said it in Salem, Massachusetts, you'd be burned at the stake as a witch and executed. So this kind of thinking is so untutored that it really beggars the imagination. And the problem is religious ideas trying to creep into something that, while there's a spiritual dimension to this, is a completely incorrect interpretation. And this is going to be a big problem with disclosure going forward in the next few months, is that there are going to be a lot of people on the far lunatic fringe of religious extremist organizations saying that these aren't part of the natural creation because they're not explicitly in the Bible. A priori, they're demons and they're from Satan. Now, I don't think reasonable and moderate religious people or the Vatican people I've met with think that. However, there is a strain of this that runs through the intelligence community, and it's one way to sort of gaslight our leaders into this, but it also discredits the subject because no scientist cares to study demons. If you want to study demons, go to theology school or whatever it is demonologists do. The other thing I pointed out, Vlad, is that years ago, I think it was back in the late 90s, I was at the Vatican with the Pope's senior theologian. It was back when Pope John Paul was the Pope. And Monsignor Balducci hosted me there, and we were in his apartments overlooking St. Peter's. And he said, look, neither angels nor demons require flying saucers. He put it so simply. And by the way, Monsignor Balducci was a demonologist. His specialty were demons for the Catholic Church, believe it or not. So we had a long talk about this. Now, this was about, almost 30 years ago. And so what I'm telling people, back in the 80s, you had Jerry Falwell and Pat Robertson saying UFOs were from Satan and the demons and all this stuff. This thread of religious fanaticism is really not any different than the Ayatollahs in Iran expecting the 12th Imam and wanting the end of the world to happen, right? So there is a strain of sort of the lunatic fringe of people who have been filling the heads of people new to the subject. J.D. Vance admitted in that interview he's very interested, but he's not had a chance to study it. I have since had a friend of his get over to him a briefing document that we had done for the president. But I think that the mistake is an easy one, because if anything we're using today, imagine if one of our jets flew over a village in the Middle Ages. Well, it would be supernatural. right? But we're talking about civilizations that are hundreds of thousands to millions of years more advanced than we are in Earth equivalent evolutionary years. Well, of course, their technologies are going to look magical to us, but if you're looking at it objectively, almost everything we use today would be magical to people back up hundreds of years ago. So I think we have to bring that perspective to it and kind of calm down this hysteria and sort of literally demonizing the aliens that saying they're demons because they look different from us. Or I call this sort of interstellar racism. You know, this is the stock and trade of all ufology, right? The good aliens are tall and white, look like they're from Norway, and the bad ones are short and dark and have different facial features. Well, this is just blatant speciesism or racism, but taken on an interstellar level. So I view almost of all ufology as sort of a bastion of bigotry and ignorance. But I'm sorry to say, I make a few friends that way, but I'm not running for mayor of Crazy Town. You know, I'll leave that to those guys. But, you know, and I think it is dangerous because the vice president is a heartbeat away from the Oval Office. And the president's 80 years old, so what you don't want, in my opinion, is to have somebody saying something that could then lead to sort of people wanting to have a holy war over this issue. And there are people in FBI, CIA, Department of Defense that are part of that lunatic fringe of religious extremists that would like to see that happen. So I think, you know, it was kind of a funny comment, but it's not funny because he actually meant it. And it's very similar to what Tucker Carlson has said, that he has said, oh, these are demons and they're working for Satan and all this sort of stuff. And look, everyone can believe anything they want, believe in freedom of faith, religion, freedom of speech, but you know, if you're a leader, you have a responsibility to speak reasonably and factually about something that's important. So I think that, you know, we're trying to steer people away from that. And members of Congress need to get off they're not extraterrestrial, they're interdimensional. Now, why? Let me explain this for just a minute. This thing, now let's put an electromagnetic field propulsion system around this. And if you change it at the subatomic level through magnetic fields and what have you, that object can literally dematerialize and vanish right in front of you and reappear at a place far away. It's quantum entanglement, but on a macro big level. So you can do this with entire spacecraft and people on it. Now, where is it when it's disappeared? It's crossed into what's called other dimensions. Now, so the reality is any civilization that can go interstellar, which is beyond the speed of light, by definition has to traverse these other dimensions. And this is why it's very easy to confuse a demon or an angel or something from another dimension, and I don't deny those exist, with extraterrestrial, because there's an overlap. But see, this is science interfacing with mythologies and ancient spiritual teachings, and we have to sort of unpack that, because the public's going to get very, very confused if the leaders don't have clarity. But I think more importantly, they need to understand what's called trans-dimensional physics. It's very arcane. It's the physics of very powerful high voltage electromagnetic fields and other technologies causing objects to teleport and move out of linear 3D space-time matter through other dimensions, but then reappear. So basically they pop out of this dimension, traverse other dimensions, and then pop back into 3D at another point in space. Now, this has been well understood, by the way, since at least the late 1950s in covert scientific research programs dealing with UFOs. But so we have about a 70-year gap, honestly, that we have to fill in for our leaders and for the public and even scientists, because it doesn't matter if you have PhDs from Caltech and MIT. This is not going to be in any textbook or lab because it's extremely classified. And I think this is why there's a big catching up process to do. But I think until our leaders get properly read in and briefed, they really should not be echoing the nonsensical theories that are out there amongst the UFO lunatic fringe.
Earlier this year, Obama said aliens are real, but they are not in Area 51. And then Trump responded, said that Obama's giving away classified information. He made a big mistake.
Obama was correct in what he said, but listen to what he said. Remember, Obama's an attorney, a lawyer, and they're very good with words. So what he said was, he knew the aliens existed, but he, as president, was never able to see anything. Now, what does that mean? It means that if you go up to my condo here, where I am right now in my building, you'll see a briefing document for President Obama that was provided to his right-hand guy who put his administrative cabinet together, Mr. Podesta. And in that, we had tremendous amounts of information, and it was serious materials from whistleblowers, military documents, government documents, all kinds of evidence. So that's why Mr. Obama said he knew they were real, but he, through chain of command channels, was blocked, just like Clinton was blocked. And just like they were blocking President Kennedy, and when he started pushing too hard on that, they just killed him over this. We knew this to be true. So I think that when Obama said that, he was being very, very truthful. Now, later he walked it back, but what it did, it triggered the president not to be he didn't want to be leapfrogged by a former president that he didn't like on the other side of the aisle. And so being very competitive on Air Force One, Trump made that comment. But President Trump needs to understand, Mr. Obama did not breach any classified information from what he said, because what he said came from an open source from the Disclosure Project and people that we had providing information into the White House way back then in 2009 and 10. So I think this is another big confusion. I wanted to clarify that because I don't think Mr. Obama was lying, and I think President Trump assumed, because he didn't listen to it carefully, what the President Obama was saying is that he didn't learn about this through official classified channels. He learned about it from an external non-governmental process, which is what we've been doing for 35 years. So I think that's different, and therefore he didn't breach any national security secrets. Now, this is the other thing I point out to people in Congress. Since the programs are illegal, now let's unpack this a little more, because I mean, anyone listening who's a whistleblower, past or currently in one of these programs, you should contact us. Everyone says, I can't talk about XYZ because it's top secret. I go, no, it's not.
Order filled.
It's not. We can prove that the programs have been run illegally as a treasonous effort since the mid-1950s.
Order filled.
And because we can prove this, it means that you cannot use the National Security Act to keep something secret if that program is itself breaking the law. This is Constitutional Law 101, Contract Law 101. So what I tell whistleblowers, and I've been telling members of Congress, none of those programs can be regarded as having a legitimate TS/SCI stamp on it, top secret special compartmented information. Nor should the information be exchanged in a SCIF, where I have been, a secure compartmented information facility where top secret information, because you wouldn't afford the mafia or any other criminal organization with the status of a SCIF briefing, right? So this is foundational to the Disclosure Project. By the time we declared these programs illegal in late 1997, I and my team had briefed the CI director, president, the Secretary of Defense, the head of Intelligence Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Wilson, the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, General Patrick Hughes, 3-star, members of the Senate Intelligence Committee, members of the House Oversight Committee. This was back in the 90s, 30 years ago. In every case, those people were not given information and were actively blocked or threatened for inquiring, including the President of the United States. That proves that the programs are illegal. And if they're illegal, you know what? The non-disclosure agreements, top secret agreements, all these men and women have signed, shred them. They have no enforceability, none. People need to hear this because one of the things that it has kept more people from coming forward is I had a man recently tell me, I signed an 80-year non-disclosure agreement with draconian penalties, including treason and death, and the loss of my military pension. I said, yes, but it has no enforceability because the program you were read into is itself an illegal operation and a criminal operation operating outside the Constitution and the oversight of both the White House and the Congress. And I tell people, you can't have it both ways. You can't run a program illegally with embezzled money, engage in wet works, which is a nice way of saying targeted assassinations, kill lists, and be involved in all kinds of skullduggery, including human trafficking and abductions using man-made UFOs, and then say, oh, gee, you have to be quiet because you signed a non-disclosure agreement, it's top secret. See, this is the game that's been played. And what we did early on was to go right to the top and find out, well, if the president and the CIA director I briefed in 93 aren't read into it, then the program is insubordinate and illegal. So they have just vitiated, they have neutralized their national security classification system on UFOs. So I tell people anything related to UFOs, extraterrestrial intelligence is fair game because we can prove in a court of law with multiple witnesses that those programs are illegal. And by the way, many people in Congress now know that to be true. There are people in the administration, I won't say who, know it to be true, and federal law enforcement knows what we're saying is true, and they have checked it and can prove it. So I tell people we need a flood of whistleblowers coming forward firsthand, and particularly operators, people who have been at these covert black sites that have been, using electromagnetic pulse weapons to down extraterrestrial vehicles, capture them, torture the occupants, things like that. I know these men. Quite a few of them are Delta Force, and then they go over and work as contractors under a non-official cover, or NOC. And the NOCs that I know all want to come forward, but they are afraid of not so much of their non-disclosure agreement, but of the being assassinated, and that is nothing to laugh about, because these guys have families, and I know for a fact that there was a meeting in a skiff with a senior aerospace company's head of security and some other people where they were talking about whistleblowers I was working with and talking about killing them.
Shut down.
Flat out killing them, right? So that has been handed over to federal law enforcement also. And with the names of the people who have ordered these killings. So, this thing about missing scientists and dead people, look, I've been dealing with that since the 90s. And it's very upsetting, and I have had people who have been killed that have worked with me. But I think that we're at a point now where the government needs to deploy tactical protection around high-value witnesses.
Order filled.
And they need to make sure that anyone who threatens any of them are grabbed up and prosecuted for treason and are really run through the system. So that's what we're recommending. I've been recommending that and working with some very senior law enforcement as well as military people over the last 5 years or so. And they've made great progress, but you're trying to unwind 70 years of an unconstitutional secret program.
Well, the documentary S4, the Bob Lazar story, the documentary about Bob Lazar came out, and I got a chance to watch it. And Bob claims that he was actually at Area 51 and walked into a UFO and got to go inside the spaceship and play around with the technology and so forth. Did you watch this documentary?
Well, I've known him for years. There's no need to. There's no corroboration of it. And the science that he's presented, it may or may not be accurate, but he was so young and there for so short a time, there's no way he would have been read on to the operational details of that object. I will say that, if he has corroborating documents or fellow workers, this is what I've done. Like, for example, I have one black site out west where there are a half a dozen currently operate, and they have provided information to members of Congress and to others, and now people in the administration. So what I'd say is anyone like that, you need to gather corroboration. You need to gather other whistleblowers who were there, and it should be investigated. So otherwise, I don't know what to say about it. There's a very high bar when it's just one person's account.
Let's go.
It's less of a bar. And remember, Area 51 is a pretty defunct area. Everything got moved out of there long ago. The real action is in Area 54, 52, 53, and Pahoot Mesa and Green Lake. And the really important material and operations are not there at all. They're up at the Edwards complex and the Lockheed Skunk Works underground facilities where I have been, and I have photos of the underground opening at those sites. The Dugway Proving Grounds out in Utah, where we have a whistleblower and we know exactly where a vast underground complex is there. So even when he was there, that Area 51 region was, remember that its heyday was in the 50s, 60s, 70s. So, it's sort of, I'm not saying totally mothballed, but, it's a curious account if you know enough about how these black sites have evolved and been built and been managed. And you have big corporations like the Bechtel Corporation, and they have a nuclear-powered tunneling machine. I have the patent for it that was developed in the 60s to build these underground chambers and tunnels and connectors. You can go underground near the Edwards complex and surface boom at Nellis in Nevada. Non-stop, underground.
So, are you saying that Bob Lazar is lying?
I'm saying I have no idea. I'm saying that it needs corroboration, but I think that it's there's just much better whistleblower testimony than that, and it's become sort of a media fascination when I go, look, we have all these guys who are operational, who saw and have handled much more than that, who have come forward. If you go to our archive, you'll see 120 military and corporate whistleblowers' testimony, name, rank, serial number. Way more information than anything Mr. Lazar saw briefly, that people are looking at. So I just think it's interesting that something that is an uncorroborated one-person case sort of gets all that attention, but the actual whistleblowers who've risked their lives to bring information forward, well, not a mention. Now you have to wonder what's going on with media and internet with that. I actually think, the whole new media and old media is utterly penetrated and corrupted by covert intelligence operations, particularly CIA's connections to BlackRock. 15 trillion or something in managed assets, and they have operators that then influence all the internet media and old legacy media companies to either blow a story up or block it. And so, this is another big problem for our democracy, in my opinion, is that the Fourth Estate is effectively dead on anything important.
Well, there's a guy named Dr. Hal Puthoff.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Former Advanced Aerospace Weapons System Applications Program advisor and CIA-funded researcher who recently said there are 4 distinct species of aliens that they got from crashed UFOs. And he said that each alien species has 2 arms and legs and a humanoid appearance.
Well, they do have a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs, and humanoid. That's correct. The fact that the idea that there are 4 is a myth. That's an old UFO myth. I know one of our whistleblowers who has since passed away, Sergeant Stone, who was on a retrieval team in the 60s. By the late 1960s, they had documented no fewer than 69 discrete, specific extraterrestrial species. So there's this mythology, the 4, you got the insect type and the reptile type and the gray type and the Nordic type. No. I mean, and so one of the problems with Dr. Puthoff is that he's been embedded with some CIA and other operations that we now have been able to prove are counterintelligence and disinformation programs. And he's also been involved in identifying technologies that humans have and handing that up the chain of command so that they can be suppressed. So he has also been referred for investigation by law enforcement.
Well, then there's the Boogosphere.
Yeah, amazing.
Talk about that.
Well, the Boogosphere, I first heard about it in the spring of last year, 2025. And I didn't know what to think about it because, in this field, there's so many hoaxes and nonsense. So, but the man who ended up retrieving it from Colombia, South America, because it landed in Buga, Colombia, South America, a little village called Buga, B-U-G-A. And it's about a foot-long spherical object. Jaime Maussan brought it back to Mexico City and invited me to come down. So last June, I brought Congressman Burleson with me of the House Oversight Committee to look at it, and we did the first scientific investigations on the metal and the organic material. That if you look around the equator, there are these 31 little teeny holes that have a type of resin epoxy in there that has embedded with microscopic fiber optics. Amazing design. And we were able to carbon date it to 12,560 years ago at the University of Georgia, which is one of the best labs in the world. And then we did the metallurgy, where we did a scraping from inside one of those tiny holes. And the metallurgy shows that it's an alloy. Doesn't even exist now on the planet in any aerospace application, and that it had rare earth minerals that were important in electrical circuitry in it, even though those weren't even on our periodic table of elements until the late 1800s and early 1900s. They weren't even discovered. So, but the sphere is 12,560 years old. It is an electrogravitic anti-gravity free energy device. Now, it's not operational. I got very close to some very high voltage power lines you'll see in the video. And it shorted out. I could see on the side of it where it kind of got zapped. And it kind of short-circuited the circuitry of its electronics. And it sort of went out of control, but it didn't crash hard. It just landed in this brushy area where a local man picked it up. Interestingly, when he picked it up, it was cold to the touch, which is classic of a zero-point or quantum vacuum energy system. They don't give off heat. They're actually cool. It was putting out some sort of radio frequency that made him nauseated and gave him a little bit of a skin rash. It wasn't nuclear, but it was a radio frequency. And when he picked it up, it weighed 2 kilograms, so about 4.5 pounds. And now it weighs over 10 kilograms, 22.5 pounds. Interesting. And people couldn't understand when I went down to Mexico City how that happened. I said, well, it's the nature of the technology. It's a mass cancellation effect of the weight of the object due to its electronics. And if it becomes massless, it disappears out of this dimension. That's what I was saying earlier. But this thing, there are now at least a dozen videos of other Boogosphere type objects flying around that area. And there may be a second one that's been retrieved. We're not sure. But that's the rumor. It hasn't been confirmed yet. But the original one is really a masterpiece of some engineering. Now, interestingly, a month ago, we did a micro CT scan. We did a regular CT scan like you would on a body and showed, its structure internally. And all that was showing then was sort of like a cloudy energy field that looked like a flask. Since it's dissipated, the micro CT scan where you can run like a camera through and see every bolt and wire, it shows nothing in there now, and it's like a black hole inside. It's like a quantum vacuum. Now, we have not entered it. We have not drilled into it yet. So we know that in all likelihood it was some type of superconducting a low-energy plasma field or a similar type of technology that allowed it to get its energy from what's called the 0 point or free energy field, quantum vacuum, and then its rotational. It's spinning about 330 RPMs. Its combination of its energy system and its rotational effect caused it to have this levitating ability, because there's no, one thing is for sure, there's no nuclear power in it, there's no jet fuel, gas, any means of propulsion. So we know this is a unique propulsion and energy device, but of course it's not operational now. The other curious thing about it is that on the top of it are a bunch of inscriptions. That's a type of Proto-Sanskrit. And Sanskrit is the world's oldest language. It's the, believed to be the root of all Indo-European languages, and Proto-Sanskrit is a more ancient version of that. Well, that would track with 12,500 years ago. And, my theory is that that Proto-Sanskrit language and those symbols did not originate on Earth. They were from a off-planet source to begin with. But the big question, the $100 trillion question is, why are these boogospheres suddenly being activated after 12,560 years? Now, there's no ET inside them. They're obviously remote sensors and surveillance, and they must, in my opinion, they're being triggered by either some sort of cosmic event they're picking up or some electromagnetic and Earth geophysical event they're picking up. Because 12,560 years ago is when there was either a comet or some object that struck the Earth and it ended the last ice age. And there was a big sort of mass extinction event, the so-called flood that people hear about in various traditions. And so are these devices there and being activated because they're picking up something similar that's approaching? I don't know. I'm theorizing here. This is my hypothesis. But I don't think it's an accident that all of a sudden these spheres are being activated. Now, the other trick here is, a few months ago, there was a man who tried to make a fake one in the United States, and we were pretty sure it was fake. And so now that this has gotten out, researchers are going to have to be very careful that they're not gaslit by someone just trying to get internet fame or money by hoaxing one. But the boogosphere is legit, and it's a very unusual device. There's so much work. My opinion is, if there was anyone who could fund it, it should be reverse engineered like any other extraterrestrial object. But that's millions, probably tens of millions of dollars to do that, which, as a retired emergency doctor, I certainly don't have. But we don't make that much anyway. So I think that's the real issue, is will anybody step up? Now, the miracle of miracles is that it's still sitting in a vault in Mexico City, being under 24-hour guard, and it has not had a SWAT team steal it yet. Now, when I was there with Congressman Burleson, that night, on a Saturday night, there was 2 armed police that came who tried to steal it. And one of them, I had some people who had the ability to run it through facial recognition, was a member of the Mexican cartels, federal, but embedded in the federal government police. And we know that the cabal, this covert organization keeping all this secret, they work a lot with the criminal gangs and cartels around the world, in Russia, Ukraine, Mexico, all over, South America. So, and actually I put a little blip, like a 1 or 2 minute thing about that, because it had just happened. And I put it on our TikTok channel.
It's not the killer.
It went viral with several million views, and TikTok has permanently took the channel down.
Minions have spawned.
Gee, well, you makes you wonder who's really controlling the algorithms at TikTok. Everyone listening to this should file and write a complaint. This is censorship. This is fascism. Right?
Restraint's not.
I don't know why people don't take this sort of internet criminality seriously. I mean, I think TikTok should be hauled in front of a court for suppressing that information from the public. We were simply trying to get the information out to protect the thing and do an alert that we know this is happening, right? And that we were recommending that more security be stood up around this device. So why would TikTok take that notice, take us down off their channel for that?
Well, in the Bob Lazar documentary, they talked about how aliens were potentially messing around with human DNA to kind of move us into a certain direction in terms of evolution. Do you believe any of this?
I think there are covert
Magic spine.
human programs that have taken extraterrestrial DNA and human DNA and done all kinds of weird things with it. We know that there are things called programmed life forms, the Greys, and a lot of the ones that people like Hal Puthoff describe as aliens that are man-made. They are basically like a alien reproduction vehicle. Is this man-made spacecraft that Northrop or Lockheed Skunk Works makes, or Raytheon. These are biologicals, and I've known about this for 30-some years, and it's recently come to light that, you know, former Congressman Gates was briefed on this. Other people were briefed on it with military people, and so if you're a casual observer, you'll see these creatures that are also used in abductions. See, there are all these, the abduction myth and the mutilation, adult mutilation myth, those are being done by human covert operations for their psychological warfare value. So the way they can do it, in the old days, I had several people who said, well, we would dress up someone who's short or looks a little weird, like Hollywood would, and make them look like an alien, put them on one of our man-made anti-gravity craft, and go abduct someone to put the word out that the aliens were attacking us. It was all a psychological warfare operation. And of course, the UFO subculture and media lapped it up like, you know, a kitten to a dish of milk. And it's really very sad how gullible people are. But part of it is that most people can't imagine the criminality and the sociopaths that run these programs, and they underestimate, in my opinion, the technology we humans have to simulate an alien event or an alien creature or craft. And I think that gap allows people to reach wrong conclusions. So in reality, yes, what you asked about has been done, but not in the way people are saying in that documentary. It's more that those civilizations are waiting for us to evolve to a point of readiness to A, stop killing each other, and B, go out in space peacefully with them. And until then, we're sort of being watched and to an extent quarantined, so we don't go too far out there, because humans are simply not civilized yet.
How about
if you doubt it, go to the Middle East or Ukraine, take a look around. So I think, or my ER on a Saturday night. But I think that in reality, the technologies are not just electromagnetic, physical, they're also biological. So think of this. There's been this covert ascendancy of technologies in electromagnetic, surveillance, all kinds of cool stuff. But there's also been a concomitant, parallel explosion in classified biological research because of that technology. Because biotech, think of biotech being supercharged with technologies of extraterrestrial origin. So you have to connect that dot. And as a doctor, I had people come to me in the 90s and say, oh yeah, I was actually taken to a covert lab where they were doing some weird things with this sort of physics with biological systems. Now, the good news, that's the scary part. The nice part of it is that those same technologies, I'm sure, in the future can be used for healing, curing cancer, regenerating limbs, regenerating severed spinal cords, brain injuries, all sorts of regenerative technologies based on these advanced physics. But never mind imaging technologies will be greatly advanced when the science comes out. But in the meanwhile, you have a group of Frankenstein-type Mingala weirdos doing all manner of stuff with this technology, unsupervised, by anyone, check and balance in the government, and they're doing all kinds of things to fool people. You know, interestingly, the guy, Dr. Jacques Vallée, admits in a book from 1992 that he received a CIA document in 85, dated 1985, where they bragged about going to Argentina and Brazil and using human technology to, quote, simulate alien abductions of peasants for their psychological warfare value. So boom, let's pop that balloon real fast of the mythology of the aliens abducting humans and experimenting with us and mutilating cattle. That's all a psyop. Why? Because those same people want everyone to hate the aliens so we can have an interplanetary war, so they can make more and more money through fear and brainwashing a gullible public and an uninformed leadership in our presidency and Congress. Look, my team has known this stuff for decades, and it's now coming to light. So, and the public is going to go around, you know, with these mythologies rolling in their heads because they lap up idiotic programming on television, on the internet, and documentaries as if it's the truth. And I would say 80-90% of it is a myth.
Balance.
Well, Elon Musk, who, depending on the day of the week, is the richest man in the world, said, I've never seen any evidence of aliens, despite SpaceX having thousands of Starlink satellites circling the Earth. Do you think he's telling the truth, or do you think he's gaslighting?
Well, it could well be that his technology is not picking up those objects. It's theoretically possible, but then again, if an object is in a, let's say, trans-dimensional form, shifted out of linear space-time, his satellites aren't going to pick up anything. And so I think this is the other question. It's like microorganisms didn't exist until someone invented the lens for microscopes. Who's looking and with what technology? He doesn't have NRO, National Reconnaissance Office, top secret imaging technology that does pick those objects up even when they're starting to come into 3D. So his comment on that has no probative or evidential value whatsoever. Where I had a problem with him last year was where he bragged that what SpaceX had technologically was more advanced than everything at Lockheed or Northrop Grumman. And that was an absolute lie. And we exposed that because saying that when he was very, very close to the president was gaslighting the president on something very important. So he either didn't know what he was talking about or he was deliberately misleading people. And we went public and said, no, that is absolutely not true. SpaceX is using a 1940s rocket with some fancy computers and some newer material science, whereas these technologies that he's not read into are using very advanced electromagnetic field propulsion that are anti-gravity, quote unquote, etc. So for him to tell the president and the public that his rocket, you know, is the best thing out there is a complete fabrication.
Well, one of the things that Elon has talked about in interviews is the concept of, are we in a simulation? Do you believe any of that?
Oh, well, I mean, from the point of view, now we're getting into philosophy. In the Vedic tradition, the whole of creation is Maya, an illusion, and that everything is really pure consciousness with a play and display as being this thing or that thing or what have you. So on a deeper level, at that level of consciousness, yes. But in terms of it just all being an AI program, no. Not unless you consider the creator running an AI program created the creation or something. So that, now you're talking about, let's count how many angels are on the head of a pin. But so, you know, a lot of these guys, I mean, I think, you know, they're I've had these discussions for years with folks like that. It's like, well, yes and no, because basically it's what your level of consciousness is, right? What were the old saying in the Vedas, the ancient
Your team has destroyed
Sanskrit? The world is as you are. So your level of consciousness informs what you perceive, and your perception is your reality. But, you know, it doesn't mean that that it's all just sort of a simulated AI program, right? I mean, but at the same time, you know, you can get into these really advanced concepts of consciousness, right? And consciousness technologies. And by the way, that's the other thing about this boogosphere. It seems to be able to sense human awareness and people who are looking at it. Now, back in I wrote a paper in 1991, describing two things: technology-assisted consciousness, where you can have a technological device like this headset you're wearing, and it would assist your consciousness to be able to remote view and see remote places. But there's also consciousness-assisted technology, where your own consciousness interfaces with a device. And extraterrestrial communication systems and guidance systems interface seamlessly with the intended stream of consciousness and thought of the operator of the ship. And I observed this when I had an event happen to me in 1973, when I was 18. And it was very interesting how that worked. And this is how I ended up starting CE5 Contact, A Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind, if people look at that documentary, because I discovered that not just any random thought, but your consciousness in an expanded state, almost meditative state. And then a very clear, intended stream of consciousness, which I call coherent thought sequencing. It's like a laser light. Intentionality can interface with these ET craft and objects and people, the extraterrestrial people themselves, as easily as we do, a teleconference or a Zoom call or a FaceTime call. So there is this very advanced, let's call it conscious AI component of extraterrestrial technology. And I think that's the other big secret that's starting to come out. You know, you've heard about some of the what are called psionic operators at these black sites that are using people who are specially trained to latch on in consciousness with an ET craft, lure it over, and then knock it down with an electromagnetic pulse weapon. I know several of those, and one of them came forward at the National Press Club a week ago Friday that nobody saw that. They were looking at lights in the sky that the president released, right? I'm just telling you, the really important stuff no one's looking at.
Well, one of the things you said in an interview is that you had a general offer you $2 billion.
Yeah.
For what?
To abandon what I've been doing since it was in May of 1992, and it was General Albert Stubblebine III, who had been head of Army Intelligence Special Forces back years ago. And he was part of a cabal group of people that included Dr. Hal Puthoff and Colonel John Alexander and several other people. And they didn't like what we were doing, because in March of 1992, I had about 60 people out on a beach near Pensacola, and we were doing CE5 Contact. People can get the app. It's called CE5 Contact. You can get it on your app stores. And I was teaching them to do this process of remote viewing and making contact, and there were 4 ET craft that just popped and materialized into the sky. And one of them was photographed and ended up on the front page of the Pensacola paper the next day, and that lit up the intelligence community. So I had both friendly people reach out to me at that point, and ultimately the guy who helped set up my meeting with the CIA director for Bill Clinton learned of it, and that's why in '93 I briefed Clinton's first CIA director. But General Stubblebine and his group were not happy. They said, look, you guys have broken it's like the Rosetta Stone of ET contact and how it's done, and you shouldn't be doing this. I said, I don't recognize your authority. So we kind of had a tiff, and then about a month later, up in near Estes Park, Colorado, I was having a conference for researchers, and he came. He offered me $2 billion to be quiet, work with his team, and not do what I was doing publicly. And then he went to my wife, tried to convince her to convince me, and I said, never approach my wife again about something like this. And I told him, I'm not interested in your money. That is a true story, and it really happened. So one of the other naivetes, I was talking to a Stanford law graduate a couple weeks ago. He said, well, there's no way they could keep this secret all these decades. I said, you're a lawyer dealing with whatever, corporate law. Let me tell you how the world works, the real world. They're going to offer you whatever they think will be your price tag. They're going to threaten you. They will blackmail you. They will find any dirt and opera research they can and blackmail you. That's what the Epstein files were for. That was a honeypot. And then, if that doesn't work, they will, if you're not careful, just flat out kill you. I said, so the idea that extraordinary means aren't taken to keep an extraordinary secret is naive. But this is one of the big problems I've run into, is that most people in the media and the public greatly underestimate the thuggishness and the ruthlessness of the people keeping the secret. These are very nasty folks. So he wanted to, and the other reason he wanted me involved, and that's become clearer over the years, is that these psionic programs, where they train people to connect to the ET craft and consciousness, conscious AI aspect of the craft and the operator. They wanted me to be part of that so they could use us to bring ET craft over so they could strike them with these illegal electromagnetic pulse weapons. And which, by the way, are illegal. They're against the International Non-Proliferation Treaty for Nuclear Weapons. Because an electromagnetic pulse, everyone should know, is the pulse that goes out from an atomic bomb or a nuclear bomb. But you can weaponize just that component of it, which is what's happened. I've seen these weapons, and I've been at places where they're operating them. I was at two places back about 2.5 years ago out west where at each site they knocked down 1 or 2 ET craft and killed them. And if the ETs are living, they capture them, and then, of course, as usual, torture them and interrogate them. But
magic steals back.
So, and there are a number of them still living. That's one of the directives when I put together the recommendations and executive order recommendations for the president, was that they have a team go in and liberate those guys, the non-human beings that are in there. They're still living. And, so I think that the stumble by, I think journals
Hold on one second. Let me just interrupt you real quick.
Yeah.
So you're saying there's a living ET in a government facility somewhere?
No, you see, this is the mistake everyone makes. What government? Which government?
Well, somewhere. You're saying that someone has a living ET in a cage somewhere. That's what you're saying.
Well,
right?
A number of them, yes.
Okay.
More than one. Because when they down these crafts, sometimes they crash to smithereens, but sometimes they have a sort of a hard to soft landing, and they capture the ET beings. So the operators, the Delta Force guys, and the contractors who are at some of these sites have told me that they have those in their custody, but they're in underground facilities, which is horrible, but...
Okay, so what do these ETs eat? How do you sustain their life?
I have no idea. I'm sure they figure that out. They go on. I mean, that's not something I have information on. That's credible. I've heard various rumors, but I wouldn't hang my hat on anything I've heard. But I would hang my hat on the fact that we have downed at least 1,000 to 2,000 ET craft. Many of them have had living creatures on them, and I'm talking about over the decades. And those craft have been reverse engineered, and the genetics of those ETs, living and dead, have been used to create knockoff fake ETs that have been used in psychological warfare operations such as abductions and mutilations and other nonsense. The other problem that's come to the attention, that we brought to the attention of law enforcement, there's a huge program using man-made UFOs, triangular ones, octagonal ones, others, in human trafficking and child trafficking. So they're used in rather gruesome criminal enterprises, and this is known by extremely senior people in the administration and in law enforcement. That's all I'm going to say. So, I think part of the problem with this issue is that and actually both Congressmen Burchett and Burleson recently said they've been at meetings and learned things that would tilt the world upside down, and it would upset it. I said, yeah, it would. And so one of the I make a joke, sort of semi-joke, about what I call disclosure PTSD. You drill down on this, you start pulling the curtain back, and you begin to see what horrific things the people of the mindset of Dr. Mengele with Adolf Hitler are doing, but with much better technologies, much more advanced technologies. And so this gets into a real problem. How much do you tell the public? How much do you hide? How much do you cover up these misdeeds and just let them go away? Unfortunately, there's a big push around the president to prevent him from disclosing the man-made technologies we have, which he now knows we have, all right? Because those can be used in clandestine operations and be classified. But my argument is that if you have used these technologies for decades in criminal operations against innocent civilians, both in the United States and abroad, the ability to keep that secret. You have given up that right. So the public needs to know the truth about this. Now, are they given the schematics of how the things run? No. You and I can't go down to Ace Hardware Store or Home Depot and buy a nuclear bomb or a nuclear trigger or a component. So, but the existence of that fleet of human craft that have been reverse engineered and have been used in false flag and psychological warfare operations, that absolutely has to come out. Otherwise, the public's going to be left with the impression, false impression, that the ETs have been doing all these horrible things, when really it's like the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain, pulling all the levers and scaring the crap out of Dorothy and the Scarecrow. No, this has to get revealed, because otherwise people are going to think there's 60 years of atrocious things aliens have been doing to us, which is also false. So I think that, disclosure is a very tricky business. If this comes out incorrectly, it will be catastrophic for our civilization and will lead to interplanetary war, which is an extinction event for humans. If it comes out properly, truthfully, then it's a new civilization. We'll get rid of oil, gas, nuclear, Straits of Hormuz, who cares? We don't need it. Well, we do right now, but we don't need it long term. Have at it, bro. You can leave the oil in the ground. So, and you can end poverty in 20 years with these technologies. So that's the big message, because people say, oh, well, President Trump wants to be the peace president and the golden age president. I said, well, shit, you're not going to do it by just pulling black junk up out of the ground. You're going to disclose these technologies, but not the things that fly. You have to disclose how you get the energy and how things run. But things that levitate and fly at 300,000 miles per hour, you don't want a terrorist in Mogadishu having that. So there is a rank order of what technologies can be explicitly disclosed and what needs to be held back. But the information that they exist, and that there have been unfortunate things done with those that have gaslit the public, that has to come out, and it needs to come out very quickly. Now, I know that people like Bob Bigelow, who had Bigelow Aerospace, where Dr. Putoff and some of these other figures worked, is advising that he do a soft disclosure and not reveal any of this. That's a mistake. Unfortunately, he's in the billionaire club and friends with the president, but it's a very big mistake for them to do that, because it leaves unaddressed 60, 70 years of horrifying things that have been attributed to extraterrestrials or aliens when it's not. And I think that ends up leaving all of humanity psychologically prepared for being manipulated through fear. Remember, the only way demagogues get away with controlling the masses and creating wars and creating cults and all that is through fear. And the biggest, what could be a more scary thing than say we're being invaded and raped by aliens, you know, even though it's not true. So I think this is something that has to be addressed, and it's an ugly story, but if it's not addressed, the whole public who's seeing all manner of movies and lame documentaries and other nonsense are going to think, I'm sorry, look, I'll be 71 next month. I'm too old and too over it to mince words with you. But I'm just telling you the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, which nobody wants to hear, I will tell you that.
Well, you said that the Disclosure Project needs around $1 million a year to protect whistleblowers. How much money has the Disclosure Project gotten over the years in terms of donations?
Oh, I don't know. Probably over 30 years, a couple million. But we need this year. Well, we have had a benefactor provide us a few $100,000 for a team that's doing what you just mentioned, and has set up a system to protect the whistleblowers, but also go to sources where I shouldn't go because I'm known, and get information and convey it back over to the U.S. government and Congress. So I can't talk too much about the structure of that because it's sensitive and ongoing. But yeah, but it's expensive. We're funding that. When we bring whistleblowers to D.C. that were being taken to Senate Intelligence and to the Pentagon Aero Office, we paid for that. A lot of these guys don't have the money to fly here and be put up. So our expenses are huge with this, and we only have one staff member.
I work alone.
You know, so it's me, my wife, one staff member, and then like a 15-hour-a-week person. But we're doing this all this work with very little staff and funding. But the people that are in the field, they're sort of senior operators in the military, but they have families and they have young kids, so they have to be supported. And so we have to pay for that. So that's what we're doing. And I think that the public needs to understand that and help us, you know, because we're not the Ford Foundation or something. Now, I'm sure if I claimed I was by a gang of aliens, I would probably get $10 million. Like Gary Nolan at Stanford got his $3.5 million after he defrauded the public about that Atacama humanoid, that little skeleton thing. Tell the lie that this organization wants you to tell, you'll get rich.
Well, last question.
Yep.
You said that a while back you had a meeting at the Wrigley Mansion, and this is the Wrigley chewing gum family.
You're right, yeah.
So what happened there exactly?
Well, that was back in 1993, about 2 months before I briefed CI director in 93. And there were some people who were high-tech, digital, back then, folks who worked with this covert organization that invited me. And they knew that this meeting with me and the CI director was being set up. So it was very late at night, and it was maybe 10 o'clock, midnight, and it was a conference room in the Wrigley Mansion. And Jordy Hormel, Hormel Meat, I think, had purchased it, and they were kind of using him as a front for this operation. I don't think he was even aware of what was going on, honestly. And I guess maybe there were 8 to 12 guys in suits around this table. And they said, look, we know all about your meeting with the CI director. And they said very bluntly, the president and the CI director don't know anything, and they're not going to know anything. If you want to know what's going on with this, talk to us, those of us who contract for these programs. And they described the whole thing, and I'm going, all right. And I knew that was true, and I knew that even though we had used extreme precautions to prevent anyone knowing about this meeting between me and the CI director, that it was already known in those circles because their surveillance capabilities exceed what the U.S. government knows about. It's very advanced surveillance. It's not even electromagnetic the way we think of it. So anyway, and then I learned a couple other things, that there were certain religious orders involved in that cover-up, and there were big corporate contractors that were represented at this meeting, and they were saying, "Look, we're the ones who have this," and then now remember, this is about a year and a half after General Stubblebine offered me $2 billion, and one of the guys there said, the main guy, he said, look, we've checked you out. You're a doctor. You have great credit. 850, whatever. Take out as many credit cards as you want.
A summoner has disconnected.
We'll zero them out each month to zero, because we also control the supercomputers that back up all the banking systems. And then he described a way that they were getting huge amounts of money, because when there was an exchange between a dollar and the Japanese yen, for example, anything less than a penny, they would scrape and put into a black file, a black budget file. And very clever. This is 93. Right? September, October. And so I learned a great deal from these guys, and they were trying to recruit me. So when General Stubblebine's recruiting effort failed, then he did all kinds of defaming things. And, you know, it's like what you've heard recently. I'm a Russian spy. I'm a Mossad spy. I head up a pedophile cult. I mean, everything you can imagine has been thrown at me over the last 30 years. And I told these guys, I said, look, I'm not going to do anything like that. Plus, you're an enemy, aren't you? And he goes, oh no, we're just wanting to help you out, man. I said, yeah, right. You're not trying to help anyone. You're trying to control what we're going to do. So, look, this has been my life for 33 years. You know, nutty, but like I joke with people, it was a lot easier taking care of someone shot through the chest with a 45, you know, but...
Well, Dr. Stephen Greer, always a pleasure. This is our third interview, I believe.
Yeah, it was great seeing you again.
Of course, of course. And congratulations, continuing your project. You know, whenever we have these UFO disclosures, I always go to you first. And I feel like you really give a good backstory and overview of what's happening. And good luck with your project. Good luck with your disclosure project foundation, and wish you all the best.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's what it is. Until next time.
An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy is unstoppable.
Big there. And you'll look around the originally it's going to be flag plan performance in 24 July 10th for double drop down last week's playing event. If he comes before the place all I think Phoenix tonight he took 2 stones in 24. You can read a list. The greatest rally ever, a rally's an indoor rally. He said so, give himself give his speed. So how do we think about gentlemen? Somebody told all the acts to stay home, but these don't said you see it? Famous for cracks in front of the right?
Let them see me. They can't stop. Shut down.
Enemy double kill.
I'm gonna carve my own path.
Ally has been slain.
You die.
I'm not here to make friends.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain here. Enemy double kill. Your turret has been destroyed.
It's a job with a lot of responsibility. As part of the community, they make work telling stories of the community. And I think it comes with stories, but also, you know, it's part of your friends. It's part of your news. It's part of people you really appreciate. It is an honor to me, but also we need to get it right. I think that's so important in that. And it's also territory, and where we're at, top 5, which is
not used.
you could come on.
It's a deep dive that will find unsolved cases and lingering mysteries. In beautiful young Kevin, I find cases taking place right here in the community. Liberties, liberties of people, value, when missing people, stagnate. The hot bubbles inside out.
Has been slain.
God,
That one was messy.
Try to keep up.
I'm going. Early this next thing.
An ally has been slain.
Okay, this I got.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Shut down.
The only rule that matters is that your enemies don't have It's not about the killing. It's about the dying.
An enemy has been slain.
The place that he increases because you've been getting too many factions and going down. You can find them 30% of his Larry's game, which was a pretty big feat there.
Magic's fine. Steel's better.
An ally has been slain.
Main road between Frederick and Montgomery. It's kind of been driving that road since high school when it's been the United States. Or it's afraid of getting parking tickets while I'm driving there. I wouldn't like that road, but still not get the dated. It just made the largest private investment in West Virginia history to build a big plant that makes sheet metal rebar. That project should have been in 15 years down to provide jobs. And find a painting to come and live there. I should have had a beautiful new project. I mean, I think about that. I'm like, where we are right now. County, yeah, that you see this, you're playing like that one decisively. If you try getting rid of decisively, I'm around. We're talking about the things that you Montgomery, you mentioned Frederick County, Allegheny County, Garrett County. We're making nice of the money across there. I think what it's done is easy. Here's myself, my 29,000 to these things. And Washington County or Frederick or elsewhere in the district, it's down a touch. One going to get big billable bill, so we're giving tax on people getting sick, time and social security. Some of them use doctors. Time I turned to the doctor. While I give it to one of the flyers on.
Your turret has been destroyed.
It's right off the top there.
Shut down.
What's in front of this kid's fight, even though it was playing he gets the one that he's going to be representing the district in the game.
An enemy has been
Playing shut down the government and doctors. That made our district better. It means that thousands of people from District 6 have to wait for 4 hours to get the plane. We have 35,000 federal employees, 35,000 independent contractors. have to be friendly to the administration. That way we will help the people of Western Maryland. I'm going to bring the thing forward like New Forest Field. Developments like in industry developers, not a nice facility, and that's hard. I want to want to see them how many stuff that the ladies valid from that. That's the one thing about the right time for to bring some of that. But that's being very clever. They're trying to bring the immigration into the system between the people who make are the victims because the lady don't want to give white state. The lady instead is never paid white state for the immigration department. So that means he wants to abolish space. It means 300,000 illegal or informal immigrants, unvetted immigrants coming across the border every month when we need to have under the lady and if they're in the majority.
This won't take long.
These folks are
Legendary. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Always just don't work. As a matter of fact, it will see a couple of weeks out of the fire in the 23rd. See what I do. It's just how chaotic the weather can get. We'll have this periods where nothing is happening, but then periods where we got blizzards, we got tornadoes, we got thunderstorms. It's something you have to further be.
Do it 1 life at a time. Fast, clean. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Minions have spawned. It's not the killing I'm about. It's the cause. Let them see me. They can't stop me. Call it a quit. I do. See ya.
Anything worker, anything like
Exciting exactly. Your mother and I overall.
Let's go.
I'm gonna do something.
I'm not here to make friends.
element and things in the USDA. It's a difference in how it's necessarily don't know. It's a very big energy. Supposed to stop the further things affecting the UN. It seems to be capable of getting rid of the funds in a very quickly. Notice the actual authority weight. Okay,
this
no one.
I got.
Work for a couple of days. They continue, but apparently you can see that work. Well, they both have been seen in the building, and the agency says it's the employee's fault. Both were thankful to put into the problem. One on that several weeks ago. Unfortunately, personal police left in the office of Puerto Rican. Well, then it's don't want to work because of the problem. So these hold. One person who really doesn't seem to be a fan of bringing things into the workplace that doesn't belong there, then I don't criminal. Speaking of the police department, Carolina, where a fucking uncriminal arrest of this, why go to the thing because of the capable one got the red board to the point, and it's some of them so likely from the detective, and because of that, it became 5 years in prison. And it's because they likely for sure from personal experience. My friend and colleague, Marina Morocco, was giving you this line. He demonstrated in his reputation right now in September of 2018. I appreciate Marina for playing along with this.
Is that your enemies don't walk away.
But that's generally time spelled. Yeah. Look for why I didn't get a look when they practice for it. But like you say, I never forgot. Don't worry, Marina and I are fine. I hope so. That's on the final line. That's what he's telling us.
I love what I do. My enemies won't.
That's true. That is great. My name is Damari. So, being a journalist isn't I tell stories about matters that kind of close to live in Southeast DC, Fairfax County, Bethesda, Maryland, and many of them have experienced whether it's trauma or news, so people take their stories and report them in hopes of making an arrest for their cases because what they're experiencing matters and what they're going through is emotional pain. When they celebrate five and people they owe last night just got out or my show always you know made someone who's letting know the rest today.
An ally has been slain.
Wait, that was really something there is no guarantee into the vote and you still have this kind of confirmation. A decade ago, the White was outraged, and then Attorney General Loretta Lynch said the plaintiff for combat equality sometimes for repeated when you think that's fine for double standards, it was one outrage. You know, he did it. Everybody. This post went out on a Congress social media account saying, well, he's no good for America. Yeah, with the tech closes America. Public obedience, who's blame the staff? It's dead, but let's be clear. Obviously, censors following. The same guy who wants to so far American society, but the censors was so far out of the boundaries. So, he has to directly what did he study? He didn't really answer. He also really said, all he needs to know by Andrew. That's your final back at it with photo. Element for one sort of story after the great night.
Forget balance. This is a reckoning.
I wrote luxury vinyl flooring, solving that $780. Respecting you, today's vinyl flooring is luxurious. It looks and feels like real wood, tile, and stone. It's durable, waterproof, and soft on your foot. Call 828-400 floor. They have a luxury vinyl floor from world famous shops with no for 4 years. Call 828-400 floor. And we'll bring the store in order. Call us. Free talking about holiday, not
The words on their tombstones will be my new mantra.
I could not have done at all.
We're having it done on the house. My running is going all after that. Why don't you see the stuff up?
You will not stop me.
An enemy is unstoppable. Enemy double kill.
Should have run.
Your turret has been destroyed.
There's no one else. Just one position, right?
It's not about the killing. It's about who's doing the dying.
Oh, that was good. It's fun.
Skill and skill will get the job done. Everyone dies has been slain. Speed things up. If they're smart, they're scared.
An ally has been slain. Yes. Your turret has been destroyed.
Right now, someone's coming. Right now, there's all the guns, right? We're going to be talking about some of that high heat really settling the way forward. I'm doing a good range down and I'll have the details in this couple of minutes. You'll be taking up in there.
An enemy is legendary.
All the over. The good don't switch in my region. There's all the work outside before it's not around. Now run up. Because why? There's a bacteria justified against Banfield. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison. A judge denied the ban and determined the practice that side to murder for tombstone. Now facing that mandatory life sentence on Long Island will die New York with a live report in the room. Deadly crash around Rockford Parkway will also be sentenced today. Police indicated Walker's rider in 2023 is actually walking east part of the body from manslaughter and faces after 30 years behind bars. Marine is thankful to be alive behind you because of the continuing suffering. Thank you, God, at every stage, we bring her up. That is the constant helping, getting aboard and said that his brother ran through to help him fire on the team. The very clear county despite the moment during the struggle of the gunfire. At dawn, they told no school. And his brother, they were able to set that down and tell him that the church was gone.
Your turret has been destroyed.
They did.
Well, you didn't just turn out. Well, they're in Manhunt right now in Montgomery County. Police are looking for silver spread that happened on his sister home on May 26th. It was a basic warrant for those two women. 29-year-old Vanessa Fongadero Hutchinson and her girlfriend, 36-year-old Vanessa Henderson's body after a welfare attack is the mother of the Minnesota Police can bring some charges first to the murder and then
Fucking you show. Wait,
My name is Lisa. It's like this is just a battle way before. Your weather and traffic as you take a look downtown. The hall is calm and quiet right now at this hour, but the wall's going to be waking up pretty soon. What we want to tell you what you're going to be getting into this morning, but it's a lot of days it's around the 15 days, and it's going to warm up. You know, it's going to be lovely, yeah. Not mad.
No, can't be bad. But, there were a lot of you, I want to say, data news studies that being used in the 80s, right? Well, the get exactly more warmer, so you have once a day, right? 89 degrees of rain now, dollars, 86, become dry by 88. So, there's no data out there in the industry right now, but of course, up there, but the thing, one of the WILE, they're even with low 60s to maybe some common 30s, but for the most part, the distance is still at a nice ball and sticks. It's not bad, not bad at all out there. And when it comes to floor, well, just like temperatures to get back to it, it's 70s plus pushing them eventually at 9 a.m. hour. Sometimes it gets close 5 p.m. We're going to be back in the 90s. Yes, we're basically speeds up to in those 90s. We're going to talk about just how long this is expected to be, and what we really change on talking about you in this couple of minutes.
Thank you for bringing us to the morning drive. The internet in the morning, the rate of 17, you know, at 1.3 from Georgetown Heights. Traffic getting down that right lane and
Okay, I stand by. We can say when we're in the video, and when the video is arrival. Not for me, really.
understand why the project has been going on for nearly 60 years. Here in the U.S., gas prices, they fell about 30 cents nationwide, according to the journal. President Trump's hesitation to reignite the war suggests, quote, he might be willing to withstand smaller threats but the White House says the goal is still the same, that's to prevent Iran from getting things.
Minions has spawned.
things that one of the world the U.S. brokered ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. The Iranian distributors say that they will not cut a deal with the U.S. unless Israel stops firing. We're not going to talk to Bill to change the elections economy and prevent more than a dozen Republicans joined Democrats to pass the bill last night. It would provide more than $1 billion in security and reconstruction health care in the work. $8 billion looking available for bringing this. Americans who test positive for Ebola not back. Where do you want to vote? From when the Trump administration said no Ebola cases that are back into the country. The protests have erupted in Thailand over a planned Ebola facility for Americans. But a court-based program has stopped that. They can have others at any time on the facility dealing with this Kenya. Send them to the nearest treatment facility. Go out fire, states go out fire. They're still reportedly carrying things despite that court order. The president does support this decision.
Disappear.
Justice for the legal way and justice of frenzy is an offense with preparation claim for reasonable stand zoning responded. In anticipation of the game being ranked 100 countries, 39 days. Yeah. So, I mean, remember that on 5, we're going to tell you that summer, you can run all seniors, games, and more right here. So we're going to break down with the base stands and you forward and set as well.
I'm right.
$1 $2 million news document from the national law. President Trump last like a reminder about the district of Alexandria on Pipeline Crew gave the water cross park. Details in there all the way to
stop me.
5 a.m. What's going on? Hello, good night.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down. An ally has been slain.
What's the issue?
An ally has been slain.
Why are you telling me? Unpossible.
Cold steel and a target are all I need.
An ally has been slain.
You can never have too much.
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Free all summer long in National Park. From now through Labor Day, every day, well, another bring up to bring down the tips and bring bottles. Available at select stands around the whole park. Vegetarian and gluten-free options are available too. And don't forget about Family Fun Day every Sunday. Right. Throw the big killing spree. Ain't working it now. That's it. Depends how I'm feeling. It's funny. Bought by life of what the movie thing.
order expires this weekend after a council failed to move it forward. The Virtue line, I'm going to prove it. It's too much overdue. That's the law flowers and citywide Virtue numbers and special law restrictions to state rare Virtue zones and specific areas driven by public safety concerns.
Oh, you're gonna bleed.
July 16th, and then following that, overview of civil liberties advocates argued that curfews are not. Sean Pearson of Alabama earlier this week died from injury. He's identified as 29-year-old Taylor Richardson. Investigators told that a checkpoint was discovered Tuesday morning outside of the home on the rest. Police stated documents there and so back to his home state of Never and a half he was found dead. He's given his phone to the Turns on to a million over Tuesday, stolen car, or documents with a police flash, and then got away. Barker County Sheriff's Office said a license plate reader flagged the stolen black Camaro Wednesday news. Authorities say the driver was a 19-year-old man with a public in Manassas, and that he was going above 100 miles an hour on his face.
So we realized something was going on. Then I realized that was pretty much it.
I got a pack full of trouble and nothing but
These little dots five degrees homeward is gathering the massive failure. So if you know what time you think about where you can be, that means. 4:15 now is the level of south of the national harbor.
no one tells me your turret has been destroyed.
I'm seeing something. I have a flag. This is the guy. Oh, the person who finds so let's talk about that, right? This is exactly
Wars are messy. My gills are clean.
Right? Now, as you can see, well, not only are temperatures still staying quite mild for a lot of the morning hours, right? Both of those cities and also the airport. We're also seeing that evenings have the sunshine has the rest of the day. And that's when it allows us just to quickly get back in toward those 70 and then 80 and yet 90 are back on task though. And have a lot of it to work with that eventually after the summer. It's a very similar sound like so we see that a lot of warm air so and it's really allowing us to stay quite warm. And I think not a lot of humidity, but now it's continuing more stuff out as well. Continue to bring things, not only that, but more so the reinforcement that humidity. I mean, you have it, right? I mean, that's one thing that makes it a little more summer, like something kind of. Temperatures still about moving, right? And it's going to slowly start to you'll see some clouds here and there, but the big part, humidity does stay relatively low for this time of year. You know, right now, you expect it to be very nice mild night, right? All temperatures still in those 60s, and then you can put in towards parts of Saturday. That's when things start to change. You start to see the humidity slowly increase, and then you see a small cold front drive through. It's not really going to be much. It's just for the 2,000 here better from the afternoon. And then going in towards Thursday morning, that means you get down as well. Going towards one spot area, then the drive on out, having some buzzing the way of quite cooler here for the second half of the weekend. But you see the temperatures moving back and forth with the upper 80s. We'll start off with the 150 before we're back to
They can't stop me. Your turret has been destroyed. No more meditation or masters.
behind the right lane fully to set the lighter lane there, but it's not much to it on for you now. There's a section between the 8123 direct type. Traffic is being by in the right lane, only right now in the way. Keep an eye on that, given behind that. President Trump is pushing for more changes on the National Mall. One month ago, the promenade behind the Lincoln Memorial Expedition River. The Senior Secretary Doug Burgett said the proposed walkway academic brings waterfront concept for millions of visitors, but President didn't clarify how much this project is costing or even expensive. The first one was the cost. Renovation and further back into friendly concept teams how long this is and get something beautiful. It really is. We're going to back to the phone as soon as you see. Oh, this is talking about $1 million, which is much higher than the annual actual Position was yesterday against President Trump's proposed large-scale international benefits. Of public comments began during a National Capital Planning Commission meeting. There were nearly 1,700 comments shared on the commission's website alone. 99% of them are happy.
I work alone. It's better for everyone.
It's not it's very
That's right. Payback is hard.
So far, the government is going to try to the part of the participate national pride for the 250. Well, President Trump's data is coming off the page that under Judge Rule and cutting it will start the spokesperson said that they are complying with the fourth quarter. Now, it's not just going to go to itself. When we send to the lawyers, they have email signature, letter, but the rest of the for the performance report, the changes they must be done by June 12th.
I am my own.
Breakaway saying about the opportunities to flow. Council members are pushing residents out of their weekends.
Still feeling confident.
Spelling review. Number out. And you can like your copy. Always.
An enemy has been slain. Legendary.
I can do this all day.
An ally has been slain.
I love what I
The point here that one of the goals for each. Cross much river column of the and field. And zip to continue. By the where the act where they're so the high hit. Work on the ground.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Enemy
Residents, the other bill was looking at worldwide. this class, and the budgets for this act, as you can expect us to release the coming days. We're going to walk through the business journal at 15% wealth tax on Bentley residents earning more than $100,000 a year. Bill said the proposal would generate $120 million to address a $1 billion budget deficit.
Skill and steel.
Republicans on the House Judiciary is a very effective possible providing the right to receive the summary testimony this committee last March. The GOP said that the Denver property adjustment officer thinks to learn policies and what it calls construction field is documented down to some capacity from the following multiple and touchdown practice on in the building. But the Scottish office responded with the statement saying in part 12, Starkey County is the largest jurisdiction in the country and the city continues to look with about 1%. So yeah, things around DC and stuff is impacting the federal layoff, but please for the county and stay. But the impact may not be as bad as they feared. The first through the economy speech yesterday, President County Executive Vice President one said that your administration is still largely
Magic spine.
very strong.
Unstoppable.
70,000 federal employees killed. 425 was expected with no weather here in the we're hoping to the end of the week this Friday. I mean, look, Friday is around 14, 15, Climate temperatures start off on Friday morning with rain, like I mentioned. Lots of high pressure, right? That's really going to sit over top of us and you can go sunny and then conditions where temperatures can expect to get back into the 90s and even some 80s a little bit further north in towards Maryland. So certainly all right, agencies are 426 now. Taking a look at the 1 and 5 now. Construction team, we're doing about this time and we're doing about this house road. You can see traffic. Well, one has maybe a little bit yeah. Not too bad for me to say not that. And Dr. Benny, I don't think the right thing there as well.
Enemy triple kill. Ace.
We're running today. We've had visitor.
Man, my nigga just chilling. What my nigga do?
Car, truck, or motorcycle ride?
My nigga get me to wait till I go to Being free, man.
Your turret has been destroyed. Everyone dies. I just
think so.
Don's happy for it. Places like Michael. Get through. And what Fairfax County School. 8.6 of employees say they would hire another web of WPP. We don't.
An ally has been slain.
Robert Jr. Still your 5 hours viewer.
An ally has been slain. Turret has been destroyed. Ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Today, and they turn with light behind another one. Much more people are turning to AI for medical science. But your research rate is quickly so how much most of them are very tiny today, Friday. You know, tell us today, saying, where is all the done? Our things here. Funny day out there, or our Good Friday over Wednesday, like so we can expect it to. It's going to be a little bit on the warmer side of things. But the clouds today, things start to change. I'll have those details in just a couple of minutes. Okay, the Fairfax man convicted of a murder plot on his wife involving their office while he was having this better. There'll be some. Now the homework. Joe Bell wanted to get the conviction from Chinese Foxford was the jury. Because it was the office of the prosecution. Probably. He did not function to this day. Former IRS agent Brendan Banfield, Care Juliana Morales, tried to murder Brendan's wife, Kristen Banfield, and Joseph Ryan in 2023. Their elaborate plot line sexual he had broken into. The person of India was exchanged for a testimony, divided into former representatives, and it was
My enemies won't. It'll rip their hearts out of their chests. Literally.
in statements. The witness stated is at 11 this morning. Although the Marine is thankful for being alive, after he said that the teenage suspect tried to rob him by gun. There has been hospital racing. Jacob Moore said that his brother ran out to help him fight off the police. A surveillance video captured the frightening moments here. Remember, struggle. He got fired and fell overboard. Eventually, they were able to put that down. I was untold for Burgess not supposed to survive. For the man's right now in Montgomery County, police are looking for these two women. The best they can is 67-year-old woman in Silver Spring. Happened at his 2-year home on May 26th. They've now issued warrants for 29-year-old Vanessa Henderson, her girlfriend, 76-year-old Samantha Brady. Investigators at the victim, Henderson is the mother of one of the suspects. This morning, the two are charged with first degree murder and police are asking how many young women can contact. Montgomery County Police Board is approving possible provide 100.
I am my own master.
The decision was sudden outburst of sadness and rage, gas, fear, and parents. $6,000 The majority of them, they've had things support services, literary specialists, and security.
Magic's fine.
For the first time in 60 years, there's just over the linguist that struggles back at time is taken to reinforce its positiveness to nuclear armed neighbor. And his president is expected to visit from Monday to Tuesday. A miracle caught on camera after a child was thrown to the top during a little boy walked away with only a few scratches. Oh my goodness, the boy was thrown in the black.
There are over 300 pressure points on the human body. No one can protect them all.
So far, camera police for from this port is footage prompted by Portsmouth Police Department. Shows the reptile the school door, thought Amazon package arriving around to drop and Amazon package. Fortunately, server able to take it to the nearby farm. Yeah, I didn't even know.
Not anymore. I'm gonna carve my own path.
Sunny day out there. So it continues, and it's going to be the best part about it. So, playing out the good trip, well, you expect it to be a very mild start to the day, and both countries are full.
Let them
So,
see.
the 50 to low 50, introduced team at 56 same game over and after, so that so continue to see a lot of uncomfortable temperatures out there. But if you take this for the rest of today, well, we have our giant spring that's a lot of pretty close. Really drawing that community, not only sunshine, but also that outdoor flow. We're expecting to get back to the this thing stuff. This is like a nice. So far, look at summertime heat. Really get the weekend, looking at Saturday, even Sunday. Look at that. We're going to be dealing with some 90 once again. We'll have temperatures at 23.
Problems disappear.
It could deal with some late influences going into Saturday evening, and those can even linger into parts of Sunday morning. But one thing for certain, we are going to still quite hot out there. Things are still going to be overnight.
Look like magic.
Talk about what we can expect going in for the new work. We're supposed to dip a little bit thanks to that cold front. But you know what? We'll go details in Sunday forecast. Over to you.
How about I just end this?
I think it's that area, it's probably directions on what we go around. People's work and around 55 I'm sorry, this is impressive. You can hear a camera still saying this how slow right now. We will give you 6:10 and 6:30 and something is getting by in the right way. Right into the clock, then count back area. Hours just to get stopped. Re-immigration debate is back in the Senate. The plan to fund ICE and Border Patrol through the end of the I know a rights to say we would be violating this person meant vaccine.
Has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Slain an enemy.
meditation or masters.
The kids, basically one of the nursing homes, the kids and it's coming in past about families want to know what can you do to take the first together going home for other people. And that's what we believe. You want to make change. You change so that it's not just the one
The only rule that matters is that your enemies don't walk away.
Nobody else will. All the top in front. 1-800 the front. The finest luxury fragrances are now exclusively available on every beauty wall. From Stockton and Ready Collection. Add to your wall. Luxury laundry sentiments that you can smell and touch. I know what you mean. But of course, it was invent velvet melodies for former neighborhood and hardwood. These comfortably innovative technologies like A to Z 4 to 2 and if you follow your market.
Let's have some fun.
Wow, it's in-face use on the frame that unlock and always been.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
The real, I would get my neck. However you make money work, the Fargo can work with it. Department shopping first things on the wine on 3 other. The public administration starts to reduce pressure on the effective cancel out future action. One military operations that are lost. Wait, even fiscal say about fine. The sanctions for some Russian once against Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro before his. The Senate has rejected a Democratic bill that permanently blocks the Justice Department's anti-weaponization bill. Shut down the amendment of the Congress votes on funded immigration reform. Now taking the head with the bill that current health and border control is returning on President Trump's term. Democrats have been using as an amendment to this bill, but the forces Republicans to go.
It's not about the killing. It's about who's
Killing spree.
restraints them. Really my thing.
Start to drop a long fallback of a fiscal year 2026 federal funding until the 3-day shutdown to fall. Talk about this whole health customers on these medical advice. The research breaks down how prices and staff benefits.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Somewhere unknown.
If they're smart, they're scared.
Over a big number of topics.
An ally has been slain.
Too fast. Too good. You don't get back what I take.
Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
Forget balance. This is a reckoning.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
Freedom. Preference.
Quick and deft.
Yeah. And actually, just manage to do this today.
Enemy killing spree.
Try to keep up.
Point out for the first time in decades, the New World Springborn Pride had rich stout Texas running 2 places everywhere. Those have seen by 20 million young people in America. That's just a magic. In Maryland, that's going to happen.
The words on their tombstones will be my new mantra.
From Penn State by AI response officer questions with about probably 6% accuracy. Some responses were told to other response containing health-related symptoms to check. They then reviewed the responses for mistakes. The full training and stuff, and regarding,
They could try.
coming forward and putting a voting of the bird hunting. I still first say that people with food. $4.45 now, we're looking for live.
I'm not here to make friends.
That's going to make it serious once again. Great challenge. Any kind of late plan you can buy, you can have. So, but they are expecting to see that it will get warm. That's not that way hot. Pretty quickly. By the time you get towards noon, and then even in the afternoon, in the 90s, so make sure to stay hydrated out there. Remember, right now, we have a cold orange for each county in Maryland, but for everything. So, of course, you want in some of those sentences, keep that in mind. Especially when it's expected to be at 93 degrees today.
I love what I do.
Right now.
My enemies won't.
Maybe you start to become a little bit more bumpy out there. So that's going to help keep temperatures mostly around the 60s and getting to the lower end. The temperature of 71 degrees around the 50s here is going in towards tonight. Then heading towards Houston. Well, where they're going, they're all possibly rain down, right? So going towards again, on down the top one. Overnight hours, and start to get the rain down, really into the rain, close towards the DMV. And then they dry it out pretty quickly, even a dry second half or not. Really, it's on Sunday, right? So it's going to certainly be nice if you do want to get outside and go to the pool, right? Sunday forecast, we then start to go back closer to the seasonal temperature for Monday and Tuesday before we start to warm back up, heading in towards Wednesday and Thursday. Thank you, Steve. From morning to it's time to be in the 30 courthouse road. Traffic only didn't run around for 16 minutes right now as you drive. So try to avoid this if you can. Now, people look for 95 southbound on line 2 in the construction here. It's in Union Road. Only minor delays right now when this is in the case. It won't feel like that's too much longer. And now we're having southbound. I still have this fast, lots of 14th Street that's blocking the two-way lanes and missing without the police directions.
Casino is here is the metro again, claiming that the expense that you can see once again reduces the animal rights group says WANA prohibits advertisements intending to influence speaking on located following an unconstitutional. So, of course, previously were WANA to accept four religious advertisements.
That's right.
Levita pursued over in 2017, but they dropped the $200 billion and also burned it. Looking to continue to crack down on some parking tickets and additional savings are going to come on when cars have been impounded with a total of $27 million in unpaid citation tickets. Nearly half of those were for people who had more than $3,000 in fines. Last year, a new law gave DC Attorney General the ability to compensate drivers.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Parents report card that please do about the news from this fall. The witness that the recent mining rates for the first time in the middle high station. Officials say the new grading scale will align with their neighboring counties. They will prepare students for the academic breaker at high school and college. Months ago, there is a next time to live in line, congressional rate. The senator said millions of dollars in special interest money had gone to one candidate in this Democrat facing the act. Holland said that the walk alongside of it and the American Israel Public Affairs Committee says that should
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Unstoppable. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Devin Candace running for Ohio Congress in California, where we go to Maryland something less than a week and I'm fucking Football rally, luxury talking about Maryland was here. Georgia John is Maryland 5. The federal lawsuit takes a recent awards part giveaway. Often desired monogram that was slotted for national being award. This draft going agriculture secretary Brooke Rollins on as long as defending her decision to cut millions of Americans from the federal food assistance program, claiming it is all about fighting fraud. But he claims 900 of them have been paid through the anti-fraud crackdown. Through twice states were made a topic for the opinion. Rollins said that prices did come down when the fighting began to stop. When such a low second event Sunday, he's right up.
Hard fly. When the river, you or anyone in your family is injured in a car accident, falls down. Time to follow place may be limited. Last you find our morning.
In every trial, now extended salary. During this time, banks break for extra hours from 7 to 10. Bring on the Wednesday night lunch. Salary restriction and watch for break.
For Broadway this night, the Tony Awards for the Sunday, this is I need to the award is that's take on Titanic, whose tale of cheap phrases. The 2026 40 or lovely is a wonder of theater. Pipeline vampires.
Time to do this.
William Radcliffe is nominated for the actor in the play. The
go inside. Let's go inside. My rear and my mother. It's not easy. It's not dying.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Cold steel and a target are all I need.
Minions have spawned.
Randy Williams superstar hit. You know what's going to hosting the total. Excited and afraid. Makes you terrified. The air and the former both terrified and excited. But the one for home.
Playtime's over.
Only step foot in a Broadway show for the first time this spring. The distributor is inspired by her daughter, Molly, sitting around. Molly, you're going to be amazing. This year, the Cobras is also celebrating the Broadway Live. Marking decades of Morgan, Chicago, and California. This makes the probably much more so important now in the context. Right. The place technically a human that wants to be used to talk. Want to feel something really wow. We can get out of the house. The author of the human is the field of print. Just the ally has been slain. Emergency musical. Including it. The next couple of days today, kind of get dining don't watch now. There's probably impact, but it's even possible over the weekend, so maybe over on Saturday. But here we go.
The old ways just don't work. Get the job done. No more meditation or masters. You can never have too many kunai.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Wars are messy. My kids are shut down. Restraint's not really.
An enemy has been slain.
It's wow. But this is every day. I'm losing.
I make
Killing spree.
Schedule your frame consultation today. Listen. Peaceful experience from the first call to the final install.
Let's go. You will not stop me.
Shut down. Slain. An enemy. Like you had a chance.
Tell me how much time you put the testing behind bars. Before you all of the alerts, then come down and want to big things about economy and watch. Once again, always, so leave in the morning, we're doing it.
Shut down.
Everyone dies. Just speed things up.
Yeah, I'm trying to get things right into it. I understand. So, what I want to fuck with this. I want to fuck with this item because
I'm not here to make friends.
let me get your food. That was a because you're a partner. There's your partner.
Let's end this.
Outside, you're warmer. You think you can afford some words of Virginia, but we're going to give them a couple minutes. Numbers go part-time wolf paper first to get higher. Then we turn stuff off on by any time we get them to building.
Dominating. Double kill. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Come on, or kunai. It's no feeling. I'm nothing.
Your turret has been destroyed.
A big crack is not like that. 17 bad in terms. This one shows this is road and Burnett Road in the federal last night. This was like 2 teams decided to suffer dramatically. 2 adults and another child were also today
That one was messy.
One of Deputy European artists in fact from the very beginning.
No one told me what
to the family of the there was the focus that really needed on victims impacted this year's sport. And as you mentioned, this is a complex case that we have been following for years. One major was convicted from his wife for stealing the editing Joseph Ryan with his lover and family of Florida has been destroyed.
Don't waste the anger. Channel it.
An enemy has been slain.
Trying to get a conviction thrown down, butchering the Commonwealth, boxing the constitutional rights during trial, but because the not that plan. Fundamental
They can't stop me. I'm the track.
Banfield's defense team will like to make sure that he's careful about what he says and
Your turret has been destroyed.
What I get. The other side of it is, if he's thinking of a king, not going to get it. If he makes a statement on sentencing to even get it, there could be some argument that that is a municipal mayor.
Hearing is set to start at 11 o'clock this morning. This mayor in this case took a plea deal and trying to get some more level right in Banfield. But again, this is focused this morning with the victim impact cases. We are expected to hear from Banfield's family, as well as the family of that man, Lord, into all of this activity, just one and his family as well. So expected to be just an emotional end to this case again, and it's really in this. Given that Virginia does not have the death penalty, it was abolished back in 2021, as you touched on, Marcella, Virginia's most serious offense in the right.
An enemy has been slain.
We're taking a reporting and step back to the
Everyone's got a weakness.
and we'll take this inside the program for live coverage of suspensions and handing down. You can watch our special coverage on 3W9 app, Orange, and Number 8 pounds. Take the best part 13 hours of this high profile.
It's better. One in County School is on my green tent. One shot in Upper Marlboro.
Can't stop what's coming.
$500 and $14 and we'll see in South Carolina where anything is on life. You want someone to know yourself. It's about how life is 24/7. Information is on the scene. You call 1-800-699.
I'm right here.
What's the cases president? The government closed a $36 million check to balance the school system rather than 450 in all kinds of things. The top target support staff in role, which is social workers, family engagement specialists, and media assistants. Parents and employees are urging the boards to make this sick when you use cut the first speed.
You're done.
You can know another damn fucking thing. These guys are fucking there are decent. What's putting their business in with it?
It's not about the killing. It's about who's doing the dirty.
Oh, what?
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
But at this point, something is still visible on the finished.
An ally has been slain. Shut down.
I got a pack full of trouble and nothing but time.
You need a new shield.
Don't hold back.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm going to add this is separate.
April is progressive. The exact April are the ones.
Magic's fine. Steel's better.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
It's not the killing I'm about.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has
There are over 300 pressure points on the human body. No one can protect them all. I love what I do. My enemies won't. Order filled. Steel and steel will get the job.
Open Wells Fargo clearance system. No overdraft. Pretty make money work.
No more meditation or master.
An ally has been slain.
30 years ago with one simple message. That the liver quality pages still from us. Pull up, learning from our dad. Now it's practice to continue to condition.
Never had too many kunai.
You're warm.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Shut down. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Restraint's not really my thing.
You have to listen much. Thank you, Graham. See, we're following on a story that has a lot of on schools in our lives. You know, like all of it.
I make problems disappear.
An enemy has been slain.
Out for the one live on the products that they're the that is distributed, the student launches, these servers included, the launches that are in line to circular promotional materials like the ones you were seeing on your screen. Turn customers to receive the complimentary they're spending money. This month says none of these materials stated that the bags were not authentic or associated with them. The next thing you use for the six after the statement campaign, the one bag was planned to launch the following month.
Right? They don't come with the choice here. They can't just, give somebody a thumbs up or forget about it. But them, if they don't protect it enough, they need brand.
Everyone dies. I just speed things up.
Any woman is paid that discount for $1.5 million for this mass payment.
Legendary.
2030. How many things came to that moment to show?
Wednesday night, when that is sponsored by one more.
Hey, one is really hot one is to go throughout the rest of today. We were certainly working some of that yesterday, and now we're really going to do it. For the subject of something 5 countries working, a lot of sunshine. We missed the two of those together and achieved the possibility of ozone right through the ground. We're doing it great when it's really hot in the air. When you start to get it down here in surface, I think that's pretty helpful. So we the big code point is more sensitive. That's what we're going to get to the service anyway by doing it. Part of the belief, they take a little bit of drink, they back inside something else. As far as happens, you're able to get out and take as well. Very chance to be okay. Saturday was sort of a very chance to remember this is important. Don't be later into the day. Not here the month of the day. Really for this time sundown that is certainly keep a flying opportunity style with the storm. That's pretty stretching and I'm stuck higher, but then there's things to do to get higher. So it's not the single switch at 90 and above the way. If you hit the that's the only day that you try to stay on the time to do it. And if there's a fire, if you go 50 days, if you time to the weekends, he's getting back to his average just for Monday, and then another one that we're on the doing something that makes people in time for Wednesday. A little bit more complicated for Chris, and you're trying to get a break. It's everything trying to get expecting the Thursday, but now for some challenge and storms trying to look in for together next week. So, sponsored by TV Lines.